Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 30, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingham, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Herbie, McCaw, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, 8, Thomas, Thompson, Turner, Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and the guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation be given by Reverend Leon Minifield from the Bethlehem Missionary Baptist Church in Panther Burn, Mississippi. It's the gifts of Senator Thomas. Following that, Senator Seymour will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Reverend Minifield.
Let us pray. In the presence of God, in the great state of Mississippi, we come now, God, in your presence and say we thank you for this morning rise. Thank you, God, for putting us on our way, on our path, and you allowed us to make it to the Capitol with no problem. We thank you now, God, that we stand here saying that we ask that you have brought on the shoulders as you brought on David, give them the wisdom as you gave to Solomon, give them the knowledge and understanding to lead thine people, oh God. Oh God, we thank you now for bread that you put on our tables. We thank you for raiment that you put around our backs. And we thank you for shelter that you put over our heads. But most of all, God, we thank you for your darling son, Jesus. They came that we may have life and have it more abundant into the tree of life. Oh God, we pray now for the blessing of our states, our cities. Oh God, you see all things and you know all things. Oh God, we pray now for the sick and shedding. We pray for those, oh God, that are bereaved, those that are burdened, oh God. We pray for your comfort. We pray for your peace, oh God. And we pray for your continued protection as we go from day to day. Oh God, bless now in a mighty way. For you are the blessed, you're the blessing among all blessings. You're the healer among all healers. Now as this Senate convene and come together, oh God, we pray that you'll be in their midst. Look over their families, oh God. Bless them as they travel from place to place. Oh God, we know that you can do all these things, and we know there's no failing in you. And then God, we pray that you'll bless our streets. Continue to bless our young folk, bless our schools. Oh dear God, bless our doctors, our hospitals. Just bless all over the land and country. Then, Master, when it's your time to call and my time to answer, oh God, we pray that you get our service of peace and let us cross over the journey. These blessings and other blessings, we ask to continue your darling son, in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Yes, sir, please. Okay, we'll go to the calendar. Chairman Hobson. Chairman Hobson, item number 1. I just missed the part. We just went directly to you, and I apologize, Chairman. We'll go to Senator Polk here just 1 second. Now the reading of the journal. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Now the reading of the titles of the bills and the resolutions. Recognized, Senator Polk.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. So we'll go to introduction of guests. Any introductions? Senator McMahon.
Mr. President, good morning. In the North Gallery, I have 2 guests. I would ask them to stand. My former classmate, Dr. Trice Sumner, is here, and Dr. Mary Page Huxford. They both represent pediatric dentistry. Welcome them to their state senate.
Senator Williams, you're recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you would look in the west balcony, please help me and welcome Mr. Stephen Woodruff with the Starkville DA's office. He's in our Capitol today. Please stand, Mr. Woodruff. We'd like to welcome you to the Senate. Thank you for being here.
Senator Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you would look in the South Gallery, we have Pastor Minifield's wife, Mrs. Maddie Minifield. We're going to ask her to stand. Let's give her a warm Senate welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. We're glad you're here. Senator England, you're recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an introduction, and it's my privilege this week to introduce our junior pages to the Senate. So when I introduce you, if you'll stand up and wave at all of our senators here. Paging for Senator Barnett this week, we have Wykendrick Jones of Pachuta and Mia Millsap of Vosburg. Paging for Senator DeBar, we have J.T. Clay, or John Thomas Clay, from Waynesboro, and Kaylee Passo from Loosedale. Paging on behalf of the Honorable Senator from District 51, Jeremy England, we have Miss Olivia Barton of Van Cleve and Miss Caroline Lewis of Ocean Springs. Paging for the Lieutenant Governor this week, we have Kenya Jefferson of Vosburg, Frederick L. Johnson Jr. of Leakesville, Madison King of Leakesville, and J.C. Tungette of Loosedale. And paging for Senator Thomas this week, we have his niece, Serenity Green of Yazoo City, and we have Senator Thomas's grandson, Cameron J. Thomas of Madison. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Senator England. Okay, any other introductions? Okay, Senator Hobson, now we're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. Caught me off guard earlier.
I apologize.
I ask that we go to, that we skip item 1, have it retain its place, go to item 2 on today's calendar, and have the title read.
Item 1 retains its place on the calendar. Item 2, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2781, appropriations, make various corrections to fiscal year 2022 appropriations bills.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. I move adoption of the committee substitute and ask to be allowed to explain.
You're allowed to explain. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. This is the corrections bill that we do every year for the appropriations that needed to be altered because of the language that was put in it, particularly those pertaining to projects that were committed for various things around the state. I'm going to go through those real quickly. Item 1 is the $125,000 that we had issued the city of Hattiesburg for costs associated with the 12th Circuit Community Service Inmate Program. Although it's located in Hattiesburg, that should have been for the district attorney's office. That's been corrected. The next item is $300,000 that was sent to the city of Shannon for costs associated with construction improvements to its community center. Should have gone to Lee County 4th District Community Development Center Group. The next item was $500,000 that we had sent to the Pearl River Valley Water Supply District for costs associated with dredging. The actual entity should be the Ross Barnett Reservoir Dredging Fund that those funds go to. Next item was $500,000 to the city of Picayune for costs associated with the police station repairs. We have changed that, and that was the one that they actually are not going to use the old police station because they determined that it was unfit for rehabilitation, and they're going to use those funds for a new police station. Senator Hill made that amendment. I've got her letter. Senator McClendon, I'm still waiting for your letter on the change that was made in your district. And we have correspondence on all these changes. The next item is $250,000 for the city of Hernando for the street repairs and the traffic light. That's the one that Senator McClendon's district. The next item is $25,000 for repair and renovation of the VFW building in Eupora. Those should have been sent to VFW Post 3806. The next item was $50,000 to Ashland, Mississippi. Although the Veterans Park is located in Ashland, the intended recipient should have been the Benton County Board of Supervisors. They run the park. The next item was $100,000 for costs associated with repair and renovation to buildings in the Edwards community for a volunteer fire department. That should be the West Hines Volunteer Fire Department. Next is $300,000 to the Kipling Water Association for a water line that was going to run down Mitch Mosley Road. This instead should be a new water line running down the Fatty Leggett Road to Daleville, Mississippi, or a community outside of Daleville. Next was $750,000 that we sent to the Madison County Board of Supervisors for the purchase of a fire truck at the super site. The new language is included that this fire truck must be housed at a facility within 2 miles of the Amazon Fulfillment Center at the mega site. The next items were 13, part of the GCRF funds. We had $13.5 million that was sent to the new Cyber Center at Keesler. This should have been the Mississippi State University Research and Technology Corporation, which oversees the design and construction of the facility. Next was an amendment to the Mississippi National Guard's appropriation. This would allow them to transfer capital expense funds to a fund that they can use to facilitate federal grant matching requirements. Next was a program that was held at the Ag Commission. It was an appropriation for the State Department of Ag changes to the NCHA Eastern National Championship. Instead, that would go to the Southern Cutting Futurity Championship due to NCHA discontinuing their program, and that the Southern Cutting Championship was comparable in size using the same standards. The next item was an amendment to the State Treasurer's Office, which would increase the funding of the Treasury Office by $413,369 to match the bill for the Treasurer's Office appropriation bill. And finally was a change to the moving the Capitol Police to include all the personnel, medical, and compensatory leave for those employees that we transferred from DPS to DPS from DFA when we switched the Capitol Police over. That's an explanation of the committee substitute, Mr. President. I will yield for any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Questions?
If there are none, I move adoption of the committee substitute.
Adoption of the committee substitute has been requested. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed,
Now,
Senator.
I move adoption of the bill on final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Back to you, Senator.
Thank you. I ask that we go to item 3 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2791, salaries of public officers, bring forward various laws relating to.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you. I move adoption of the committee substitute and ask that I be allowed to explain.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is bringing forward, this is doing nothing more than bringing forward all the code sections as it relates to statewide officials' pay. As you have noted, we've already had several bills that have brought forward pay raises for various groups in the state. I don't know if the supervisors have been done yet. DAs have been done, and investigators, and we'll have a bill. Actually, it's on the calendar for the public safety officers, all departments there. It's just bringing forward the code section. We've got a reverse repealer in this. If it is to go forward, this will be effective January 1, 2024. And as I mentioned in committee, one of the things that I deal with, or we deal with regularly, is requests from agencies, all of the statewide officials, about the cap on the pay that prevents them from getting employees to work in their departments. And I hear it. We've got one agency that allows their employees to work above their pay rate of the elected official, and this would be to take a look at the statewide salaries. We have received from SPB a recommendation on that. Not that we are bound to that, but we certainly want to take a look at it and keep this vehicle alive for this at this time. I'll yield for questions if there are any, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill. Senator McDaniel, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question, Mr.
Are
President.
you for a question, Senator?
I yield for a question.
Please proceed, Senator.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. When you said this included which officials, I didn't hear the entire list.
This
I'm
is
sorry.
statewide elected officials.
Okay, it's just that so the possibility of a pay raise would be considered if this goes forward for statewide elected officials.
That's correct.
Okay.
Effective the next term,
Okay.
not this year, be effective for anybody that was elected in that would take office January of 2024.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator McDaniel. Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready.
Move
Senator.
adoption of the committee substitute.
Moves adoption of committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, Senator,
I'll
we're
move
ready.
adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? No. McDaniel. No. Chisholm. No. Seymour. Anyone else? Pardon me?
Sojourner.
I'm sorry. I'm Sojourner. I apologize. I misread his hand, Senator. I apologize. So we have 3. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. Bill passes. On to you, Senator.
Okay, ask that we go to item 4 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2794, legislators allow office expense allowance for every month of the term.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Move adoption of the committee substitute and ask that be allowed to
You're
explain.
recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a proposal, again, has a reverse repealer in it, but it would include for the months that we are in session that your office expense, you all know that we get $1,500 a month for office expenses, and this would be allowed the $1,500 a month for the 3 to 4 months that we're in session, and be effective again January 1st, 2024. And there is a reverse repealer in this bill as well. I'll yield for questions.
Questions? Any questions? Okay, Senator, we're ready.
If there
I see
are none, I
no-
move adoption of the committee substitute.
Motion has been made, adoption of the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Ready, Senator.
I move by passage, moved past 2794 by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? McDaniel, no. Chisholm, no. Sojourner, no. Anyone else? Wiggins, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Number 5, Senator.
I ask that we go to item 5 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2724, Mississippi Association of Independent Colleges and Universities Infrastructure Grant Program Act of 2022 established.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I move adoption of the committee substitute and ask that you recognize Senator
Recognized to-
Polk to explain.
Senator Polk recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is one of our ARPA bills, 2724. It comes from the recommendation of the subcommittee and also the full committee. This will be the general bill that we'll need to pass to ensure that we can recommend and hopefully appropriate $10 million for our independent colleges and universities in our state. This program is an infrastructure grant program under which the independent colleges and universities may apply for reimbursable grants to make necessary investments in water, wastewater, stormwater, and other eligible infrastructure projects. Line 30, the grants will go to the following schools. They will be considered: Belhaven University, Blue Mountain College, Millsaps College, Mississippi College, Russ College, Tougaloo College, and William Carey University. Line 33 says the grant fund shall be distributed to each listed above by using this formula. Each full-time student will be counted as a 1. Pardon me. Each part-time student will get 1/2 point, and each remote learning student will get 1/4 point. All those points will be added up, and they will be divided into the amount that we appropriate for the universities, the independent colleges and universities to receive. Line 63 says the eligible grants projects that will be considered are eligible water, wastewater, and stormwater projects broadband infrastructure, capital investments for prevention, mitigation, and ventilation in congregate living facilities, and any eligible project through ARPA guidelines, guidance rules, regulations, and other criteria as may be amended from time to time by the United States Department of Treasury. To receive the funds, the Board of Trustees of the universities and colleges shall certify to DFA that all funds are spent in compliance with ARPA guidelines, and DFA shall certify that each project is in compliance with ARPA guidelines. The bill also creates a special fund that the funds will go to be dispersed. All funds must meet the ARPA guidelines. Any unexpected amount remaining in the fund at the end of the fiscal year shall not lapse into the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund or the State General Fund. If there are unobligated coronavirus dollars left as of December 17th, 2024, or 14 days prior to the fund obligation deadline provided by the federal government, and we included this just so if the federal government decides to change the date of 2024 as the end of allocating funds, then the DFA shall transfer the unobligated monies to either the group health insurance, state group health insurance fund that we will fund up to $60 million, or if that is full, then it'll go to the unemployment compensation fund. We authorize DFA to administer the program and retain administrative costs not to exceed $200,000. This act shall take effect and be enforced from and after its passage and shall expire on July 1st, 2026. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
I believe the chairman asked for approval of the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're ready on the bill.
I'd like to final passage on morning roll call.
One roll call has been requested. Any objection to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Bryan, no. McDaniel, present. Chisholm, no. Sojourner, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. We're on item 6, Senator Blunt. For what purpose you seek recognition?
Mr. President, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to that bill, Senate Bill 2724.
Unanimous consent. Senator McMahon.
I rise for an introduction out of order.
Okay, one moment. We'll finish on anyone else on 2724. Senator Horn. Unanimous consent. Co-author. Yes. Senator Horn, Senator Blunt, C.M. Thomas, Jackson, Jordan, Butler. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, unanimous consent is granted. Senator McMahon, you're recognized for reduction out of order.
Mr. President, thank you. In the South Gallery, we have several guests here today with different organizations. I would ask that they stand. Dr. Kim Tarver serves as both Division Chief for Geriatrics and the Division of Clinical Services for the Mind Center at UMMC. We also have the Alzheimer's Association, Mississippi, the Mind Center of UMMC, the Mississippi Department of Mental Health, Mississippi Department of Health, and Department of Human Services. Representative, I ask the Senate to give them a warm welcome in the South Gallery.
Welcome. Okay, Senator Hobson, we're back on number 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we go to that item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2782, Law Enforcement Officers Death Benefits Trust Fund include presumption of eligibility for officers with COVID-19.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I move adoption. Ask you to recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Polk, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know many of us get up here and say this is a very simple bill. This is a very simple bill. As you know, the federal government passed rules recently that allowed law enforcement and firefighters to be able to count COVID-19 death as a reason to be able to access the $100,000 life insurance policy that we carry. What this bill does is mimic that bill to ensure that our law enforcement and rural firefighters and firefighters are able to collect this money if they did in fact have COVID at the time of their death, and with some restrictions regarding when their last duty cycle was. If there are no questions, I move that we final passage of morning roll call.
Senator Hill, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question.
Yes, Senator?
Yes.
And I really hate to ask this question, but are we going to make sure that the cause of death was COVID or just another, because those...
Let me read what we're conforming our law to the feds. And what it will do is if sustained in the line of duty by the officer and directly and proximately resulting in the death if the officer was diagnosed with COVID-19 during the 45-day period beginning on the last day of duty of the officer, and evidence indicates the officer had COVID-19 or complications therefrom at the time of the officer's death.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Other questions on the bill? Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Use the morning roll call, final passage.
Senator Wiggins, did you have a question on this matter? Fine, okay. Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. No. Seeing none, the bill passes. Item 7, Senator.
Thank
We'll go
you,
to
Mr.
Senator Wiggins. One moment, please. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose?
Unanimous consent to be added as a co-sponsor, Mr. President.
Wiggins.
I see a number of other hands as well.
Wiggins, Carter, you get Seymour, you get Delano, Butler, England, McClendon, Norwood, Tate, D. Simmons, Thomas, S. Simmons, Jordan, D. Simmons I got, Jackson, Barnett, McMahon, Williams, Boyd, Rod Hickman, Parker, Kaufman, Butler, Chasnow, Parks, Younger, Blackwell, Moran, Branning, Suber, Barrett, Sparks, Fillingane, Hill, McCon, anyone else? Chisholm, anyone else? Okay. Please check with the clerk when y'all leave today to make sure we got everyone. Branning, Senator Branning, you got Senator Branning passes. Okay, we're back to you, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 7 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2822, Mississippi Water and Wastewater Transformation Infrastructure Grant Program Act of 2022, establish.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I move adoption of the committee substitute and ask that you recognize Senator Polk to explain it.
Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is another ARPA bill, and this is the general bill that will go associated with the appropriations bill. The largest amount that the subcommittee did recommend that we spend was $750 million, and this will be the general bill that coincides with that. This is to be administered by the Department of DEQ, utilizing coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds made available under the ARPA Act. The Mississippi Water Infrastructure Grant Program Act of 2022 includes 2 separate programs. First, the Mississippi Municipality and County Water Infrastructure Grant Program. This provides for reimbursable grants on a one-to-one match of ARPA funds awarded to a municipality or county. Any ARPA funds that a county provides to a municipality will also receive a one-to-one match. Municipalities that received less than $1 million in the total allocation of ARPA funding would qualify for a 2-to-1 match on their ARPA funds. The total amount of all 2-to-1 matches shall not exceed $50 million. No professional fees shall be reimbursed, and that should include fees for services of attorneys, engineering, surveying, environmental studies. The program cost of the program above the $50 million for the 2-to-1 match will be $400 million. The total will be $400 million. Then we have the Mississippi Rural Water Infrastructure Grant Program. This provides for reimbursable grants on a one-to-one basis for rural water associations or utility authorities with 250 or more residential meters from any source of funds. Any ARPA funds that a county provides to a rural water association or utility authority will also receive a one-to-one match. The maximum amount allowable per association will be $2.5 million. No professional fees shall be reimbursed, and those are the same fees that I just mentioned earlier. The program cost of this program will be $350 million. We authorize the DEQ to promulgate rules and regulations with assistance from the Department of Health pertaining to the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act. It prescribes eligible projects under the grant program to include all eligible drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater projects eligible through ARPA. DEQ shall create rules and regulations to administer the program. It shall also create applications and a ranking system giving greater weight to applications that are ready to begin construction within 6 months and other factors. DEQ will clarify that each project, or certify, that each project is a necessary investment in water, wastewater, or stormwater and meets the ARPA guidelines. DEQ shall issue their recommended project list to the Department of Health for its advice. Final awards are at the discretion of DEQ's executive director. It provides for multiple rounds of wastewater and water infrastructure grant programs. The first round, we will spend no more than 40% of the total of funds and be awarded by the department. The second round shall occur no later than 6 months than the first round, and they will receive the last 60% of the total funds. Grant funds shall be used prospectively and not cover the cost of debt incurred before the enactment of the program. It creates a state fund for placement and disbursement of the funds, and any unexpended amounts will go to the same departments that I mentioned earlier, which is up to $60 million to refund monies for the group health insurance plan, and after that it would go to the unemployment fund. DFA shall transfer the unobligated funds in the coronavirus state fiscal recovery fund by December 2024 or to the 14 days thereof. Reporting requirements shall be submitted to the Lieutenant Governor, Speaker of the House and Senate Appropriations Chairman, and the Legislative Budget Office quarterly on how they are progressing. Each grant recipient shall certify for any project that a grant is awarded that in the event the program is not completed by December 31st, 2026, and the United States Congress does not enact an extension of that deadline on the availability of ARPA funds, then the grant recipient will complete the project through any other funds they have. This authorizes the Department of Environmental Quality to retain no more than 2% to administer the program, and exempts the DEQ from Public Procurement Review Board when exercising responsibilities of this act, and that shall stand repealed on July 1, 2026. This bill becomes effective on its passage and repeals July 1, 2026. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator Simmons, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield for a question, Senator Polk.
I do.
Senator Simmons, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Polk, for yielding, and thank you for your work on this bill, along with our Chairman of Appropriation. What I'm hearing from a lot of the areas in my district is we have unlimited wants and needs, but we have limited resources. So my question is, as it relates to the ranking system that you spoke of, is there a list of areas in the state regarding water and wastewater infrastructure where are most deficient or most neglected or most in need, down to those areas that are least deficient, least neglected, or least in need? That's my question.
Question that's interesting, and we discussed this. We have to keep it fair for everyone. I know that there are areas that have greater needs than the others, but every area has needs. So what we're trying to do is, with the DEQ, promulgate rules and regulations and a grading system that will take into account all the factors that will be necessary to ensure the most fair distribution of these funds.
And the grading system, will the grading system be done at the point of application, or is there a list that will detail those areas already that have been graded by DEQ that already exist with needs before the consideration and passage of this bill?
If I understand your question, the answer would be the department will promulgate rules and regulations that are not in existence at this time, and they will be everyone will know what those rules and regulations and grading system is before they file their application.
Okay. And it's a friendly question or a friendly concern, Mr. Chairman, because like in my district, and I'm quite sure it exists in many districts, some areas need it more than other areas, even though those other areas may need it. It's just that I would love in my district, if at all possible, if I could take care of those areas who are most in need as opposed to those areas that are least in need. So that was my question regarding that.
Yes.
I have another question.
Okay, let me read this. It's in the bill on line 174. It says the project's ability to address noncompliance with state and federal requirements and impacts of the proposed project on disadvantaged or overburdened communities. So yes, I believe the answer would be that will be part of the grading system.
Okay. And my last question deals with the matching, because I'm getting a lot of calls and a lot of questions regarding this in my district. So in this bill, there is a match
of ARPA funds that a city or a county gets.
Okay. So for my small towns and municipalities that have been calling me as it relates to the fact that they already have limited resources. For instance, I have the town of Metcalf, who has a wastewater project that's in need of $384,000, and the budget is way less than that. And so when they say, Senator Simmons, can I get the entire $384,000? I need to tell them that doesn't exist in this legislation. We have to go through a matching that's actually prescribed in this legislation.
Yes, we are going to only match funds that they receive from ARPA. Now, if that city or county received less than $1 million, they will be eligible to get 2 for 1 instead of 1 for 1.
Okay. So in that particular case, this town did receive less than $1 million, and they have a project that's in need of $384,000. Could you give me a scenario of how that would work with them?
Sure. Let's say that city or town received $100,000 in ARPA funds, and they have dedicated 100% of that $100,000 to that project. Then the state will match it 1-to-1 because that's the program, and then because they received less than $1 million, they will get another $1, so they'll get 2 for 1. So they would be able to get a $200,000 match, which then added to the 100 would put them pretty close to where they need to be.
Yep. Thank you for yielding, Senator, and thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your work on this.
You're quite welcome.
Senator Horn, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
You for question, Senator Polk?
I do.
Senator Horn is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Polk. Senator Polk, I think that our analyst may have addressed with what he brought up to the wheel my question, which is we are giving special consideration to those cities that are under a consent decree from the federal government or some other federal order. Are we not?
Again, on the bill, line 174, a project's ability to address non-compliance with state or federal requirements will be part of the grading system.
Okay, and is that also a dollar for dollar match?
For a city that received more than $1 million, all the ARPA funds they put toward the project would be matched dollar for dollar.
Okay. All right, and I think I heard you mention that any of the ARPA funds that are received from the state cannot be used to pay for professional services. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So if a community has already dedicated their ARPA funding at the county level or at the city level, wherever, and then they get twice the money or 2 times the money that they have already committed locally, and that requires some additional engineering services, and they've already committed the money at the local level for the project. So the local government would have to come up with the way to pay for their professional services from some other source. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blunt, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President?
You, Senator,
I do.
Senator Blunt's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Polk. Very much appreciate your work on this. I think this is, along with the appropriations bill to follow, is going to be probably the most important bill we pass this session because we have tremendous needs all over this state. And the appropriations bill that would fund this proposal is $750, is that correct? The total?
Yes, that's correct, $750 million.
And this is all federal money, is that correct?
That is correct.
That was sent to us by Congress, or specifically congressmen and United States senators who voted for it, to address these neglected infrastructure needs. And wouldn't you agree with me that we need to look at this as really one-time money, a historic amount of money that we're probably never going to get again to deal with water and sewer across the state?
Well, I'll never say never, because the federal government continues to defy imagination sometimes. Yeah. But right now, this is it.
Okay. So, given that this is all federal money, do you think that this is enough money to fix water and sewer in the state of Mississippi?
I do not.
Do you think it's, I mean, when you met, your subcommittee met, and I'm not on your subcommittee, did you get dollar figures from water and sewer systems, rural water associations, on what they estimate the cost to be to fix water and sewer systems in the state?
I know that our rural water associations gave an estimation of about $700 million that it would require to get every water association system up to premier condition.
And what about cities and other publicly owned systems that aren't rural water?
Since that's a different program and we match dollar for dollar for ARPA funds only, I did not do that research.
In other words, the rural water didn't get direct money, but cities and counties did get some direct money. Is that what you mean?
City and counties, we're only matching their ARPA funds.
Right. Yes. Which they received directly, and rural water associations did not.
That's correct.
Right. So, given the fact that this is one-time federal money, and we know, even though this is a historically important package, is not going to pay for everything that needs to be done, how much state money is being dedicated by this legislature at a time of historic surplus to deal with water and sewer infrastructure in the state?
Senator Blunt, I don't know the answer to that question. That will have to come from the chairman of Appropriations. And I'll assure you of this, this is not the place to be talking about that because we're talking about federal ARPA funds only.
Yeah, but my question is that if we know that this money, as important and needed as it is, and I fully intend to vote for your bill, is not sufficient. And right now, I haven't seen anything in the budget that would indicate that we're going to put any state money into this effort. Do you feel it would be advisable for the state to forfeit $740 million a year in perpetuity that could be used to supplement this to actually fix the problems, or whether we could just, based on a one-time federal windfall, give all that money away in perpetuity and leave these systems with an insufficient amount of money to fix the problems that need to be fixed?
I have found this in the 10 years I've been in the Senate. You can never feed government enough money. You can never feed what we have to do enough money. This is as much as we've got, and I'm being glad to spend this amount on our infrastructure.
Well, what do you suggest to our water systems out there that they do to fix their water systems and sewer systems?
Senator Blunt, my job as chairman of the subcommittee was to recommend where to spend the funds most wisely. Our committee has done that, and my feelings on what we should do otherwise really don't count.
So you're only standing up here dealing with the allocation of the 1.8 billion.
I'm sorry, so
you're only addressing the allocations of the $1.8 billion in ARPA funds.
That's correct, and at this time, we're only talking about 750 million, 700 million, 750.
Right, for this purpose. And again, I have no complaint with the way you allocated this one-time money. My concern is that we know that it's not sufficient to meet the needs for water and sewer out there, and I'm trying to figure out what the state's plan is to deal with that problem.
Well, I don't know that it's necessarily a state problem. Many of these cities have forever neglected their infrastructure for a long, long time. I won't say forever, for a long time. And so isn't it a bit of their problem also? It's not the state's problem. This is a local problem to begin with.
So the state's response to the water and sewer crisis after dispersing this one-time money is to tell them to raise water rates?
You're asking questions that I don't have an ability to answer. That's going to be up to the local governments. I'm trying to show the best way our ARPA subcommittee decided would be most effective to help everyone in Mississippi, including water and sewer infrastructure.
Okay. Well, I know it's desperately needed, and I think this is an excellent first step. I'm just trying to figure out how we're going to get to where we need to be. But I appreciate your response to my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. Senator Turner, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
Will you for a question, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. President. I think around line 195, the bill says that applications shall be reviewed and scored as they are received. And I know that you've referenced lines 175 or thereabout that includes the criteria that should be included.
Yes.
When will we have information about the weight that will be assigned to the different issues that MDEQ or the Department of Health will evaluate?
Good question. As we meander through the process of getting this bill passed and going to the House and try to see if they will pass it, we can't begin any of that until we get the bill passed and have the actual criteria that DEQ will use to promulgate the rules and regulations. So it could be in midsummer before that happens.
And my assumption is that these, as they develop their framework for evaluation, this will be subject to public comment?
I don't know necessarily it'll be public comment, but it will certainly be in the public purview.
What do you mean by that?
Well, nothing will be done that the public does not know about, but with the time limits that we have, we're not sure that it'll have to follow the rules of the 30-day hearings and things like that, so we can go ahead and start getting this money out to those who need it. Not to say that it wouldn't, I'm just saying that it might not.
And so where would we need to check, or how will we know what this process will be in terms of the development of this framework to evaluate and score applications?
Well, I would think our good friends at the press will make sure that we have a lot of information, but also the DEQ website will have everything.
And tell me again what the Department of Health's role in this will be?
They are basically an advisor to the DEQ because DEQ handles wastewater, stormwater, and in some instances, drinking water. In Mississippi, the State Department of Health handles all the licenses of water outlets. So we've asked them to be an advisory to DEQ so we can make sure we're covering all the bases to ensure that we have the best rules for drinking water.
And the sole authority for whether an application is granted or not will fall with the Executive Director of MDEQ?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Jordan, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question.
Question, Senator Polk, will you yield?
I do.
Senator Jordan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Polk, Mr. Chairman, how much money you say we received?
For this program, we're trying to allocate $750 million.
$750 million out of the 2 point some billion we received?
1.8, yes, sir.
1.8 from the federal government. And this is for rural water systems. Some of them we've had trouble with, some of them where it's children's drinking, and it's lead poisoning because they hadn't been served in decades. Would those be the first one? You know, just like a doctor see the sickest patients first, so those situations that are in the worst condition should be given priority. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, as I talked and answered Senator Simmons, that will be part of the criteria that we use. But understand this, most of our rural water systems were formed after 1950s and 60s, and there was very little lead being used at that time. So I don't know that on our rural water associations, that's a big issue.
It is an issue.
Okay. One part of the bill on line 134 says using a broad set of lead remediation projects eligible. So that will be part of the criteria that will be used to grade.
But it will not be a priority.
It will be part of the system, yes, sir.
Part of the system. With that point, whatever you have, compared to our needs, that's not enough to get the job done, what I understand. Am I right on that? It's not enough to do what needs to be done for our water systems.
I doubt it is, but, you know, Senator, I'll be honest. When I was told that they wanted me to be chairman of the subcommittee,
yes,
and they said I had $1.8 billion, I thought, that's easy. But then we ended up with $8.3 billion in requests from others besides water and infrastructure like that. We chose as a subcommittee to put the preponderance of the funds to water and sewer because we knew this was a very pressing issue.
Yes, I'm in accord with that, but in that category, you're going to get the worst situations first. I understand where you are, but I would hope that the worst situations would be given priority.
Well, as I just read from the bill, there are several things that will be given priority and grading points in the system. But to keep it from becoming political, we have to make sure that we use a standard grading system that takes everything into consideration, including drinking water stability, and also making sure that the projects that are most needed get as many points as they can.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Butler, do you have a question or an introduction?
Introduction, Mr. Chairman.
Why don't you do that now, and then we'll proceed to the final on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I would like to introduce the doctor of the day. I would like her to step out. She's over to my right. Our doctor of the day is Dr. Laura Miller, and Dr. Miller she was one of the first rural physician that received a scholarship in the class 8 years ago. And Dr. Miller now works in Prentice, Hazelhurst, where has a home, and also she's a family practice physician. At this time, let us welcome Dr. Laura Miller.
Thank you, Doctor. Back on the bill, Senator Polk, any other questions? Any other questions? Senator Polk, I see none.
I believe the motion was to take the passage of the committee sub.
Committee substitute, that's correct, Senator. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill, Senator.
The final passage use of the morning roll call.
This morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Polk. Senator Hobson, we're on number 8.
Thank you, Mr.
One
President.
moment, please. Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
By unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author, please.
Senator McClendon. Anyone else? Senator Branning? Co-author Boyd, McMahon, Parker. Anyone else? Seymour? Anyone else? Sparks? Hill? Anyone else? England? Parks? Barrett? Moran? Anyone else? Seeing none, seeing no objection, my permission is granted. We're back on number 8.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we skip item 8, and I would request permission to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 96 on today's calendar. Mr. President, we've been covering the ARP bills, and we've got one more that Senator Parker is prepared to present if the body will allow it. So my motion is to suspend the rules, go to item 96 on today's calendar.
Heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to have title read on item 96, Senate Bill 2721.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2721, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, Workforce Development Program, create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recognized to present the committee sub.
You so recognize. Senator Parker is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2721 is a combination of Senate Bills 2721 and 2821, which have to do with ARPA workforce bill appropriations. We combined the two bills, and I appreciate the chairman's indulgence to go ahead and do this at the same time we did Senator Polk's bill. This also comes from Senator Polk's subcommittee on workforce and deals with just strictly the workforce portion of the bill. So in section 1 of the bill, it names this act the American Rescue Plan Act, Nurse Health Science Workforce Development and Retention Act. Within this bill, there will be 3 programs: the Mississippi Healthcare Workforce Development Program, the Mississippi Nursing Preceptor Grant Program, and the Mississippi Health Science Training Program. Section 2 of the bill just gives the legislative intent defining the shortages and the other issues that we discovered during COVID that need the addressing of this body. So within section 3, it kind of defines the first section, which is the Mississippi Healthcare Workforce Development Program. So this program will be a program for the CJCs and IHL to provide more nurses to the state in strictly seat capacity. It defines the recipient as being a community or junior college or IHL. Defines eligible expenses to include equipment, curricular, remote learning technology, stipends for teaching staff, coaches, mentors, and other expenses. It puts the Mississippi Department of Employment Security as a fiscal agent. Money will pass through them. It gives the proposals for recipients to provide a detailed explanation of the program, number of trainees who will be served by the program, average wage of the program, and provides that recipients are encouraged to match funds granted from other funds available. The overseer of this program will be accelerated, will be the Office of Workforce Development. That office will retain 2.5% of the funds awarded for administrative purposes and shall prepare a comprehensive report, and it creates a special fund name for the program. Section 4 of the bill deals with Part 2 of the Act, which is the Mississippi Nursing Preceptor Grant Program. This provides that nurse preceptors shall be paid up to an additional $2 per hour for time spent training associate degree nurses enrolled in programs at community colleges. It establishes a preceptor to mean a nurse who supervises a nursing student. It also proposes that Accelerate shall promulgate the rules and regulations and oversee the program. It provides for grant applications to include the number of preceptors the hospital intends to provide premium pay to, and the estimated hours the preceptors will spend training the students, along with other information. Provides that Accelerate shall score applications and awards grants based on what will have the most impact, most significant impact. The premium pay, which is coming out of the ARPA money, it just has a provision in there saying that that premium pay through the federal dollars is not subject to PERS, and will require a report to show the effectiveness of the program through the Office of Workforce Development, or Accelerate. Section 5 of the bill deals with Part 3, which is the Mississippi Health Science Training Program. This is a grant program for health science infrastructure. It provides a reimbursable grant for health science training infrastructure at community colleges, IHLs, or other independent colleges. It defines health science training infrastructure to mean infrastructure assisting in the training of nurses, doctors, paramedics, pharmacists, and public health students. It also provides that Accelerate will promulgate the rules and regulations, provides for the grant applications to include detailed descriptions of the cost of the project, including the number and type of students to be trained, with other information. DFA must advise Accelerate the estimated cost of the eligibility among applicants, and will give preference to any applicant training a doctor in the program. It requires a report to show the effectiveness of the program. And then in Section 6, it says Accelerate shall certify DFA that the expenditure is appropriate under state and federal law. Section 7 is the provision for unused dollars in the fund. This does exactly what the last bill from Senator Polk did in transferring the money to the state employee life and health insurance fund up to $60 million, then the rest vote going to the unemployment compensation fund. That's a brief explanation of the fund. I know in your packet from before, the proposed numbers right now is that Part 1 of that program would receive $12 million, Part 2, $17 million, and Part 3, $20 million. But that, of course, will change as this moves through the process. But I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
Senator, you for a question.
Certainly.
Please proceed, Senator Hill.
I heard you say that Mississippi Department of Employment Security will administer the grant program. Is that correct?
No, they would just be the fiscal agent.
Oh.
The Office of Workforce Development, through their new name of Accelerate, is actually tasked to do that, and I think they're well suited for this. I think that's why we set them up and had detailed discussions with them yesterday, and I think they'll be great at it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Horn, for what purpose?
Question.
You for a question, Senator.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Parker. Could you go over the three programs, the three categories of programs, and how much money is being allocated in each one?
Right, so the three programs, again, are the Mississippi Healthcare Workforce Development Program. As Senator Polk indicated earlier, the chairman of Appropriation is going to look finally at the dollars that go in this. In the worksheet we got at the beginning of the session, the amount allocated on the first pass was $12 million for the, Corbin's going to correct me if I'm incorrect with any of my figures here. The second portion is the Mississippi Nursing Preceptor Grant Program, and their suggestion from the subcommittee was $17 million for that portion. The third part, Mississippi Health Science Training Program, their suggestion right now is $20 million for that portion of the bill.
Okay. Okay. So when I think about the healthcare workforce training program, I could think of some occupations that are on the lower rung of say, staffing at healthcare institutions that are best handled by other qualified entities other than community colleges. And I'm thinking specifically of phlebotomists, certified nurse assistants, other groups. And so,
Senator, if I may interrupt for just one moment, there is one more bill that I believe Senator Parks is going to bring that deals with some other nursing issues in there. You know, this is the portion I was tasked to kind of look at here, so I believe some of your questions on that will be answered in that final piece of the puzzle.
Let me get to my question.
Sure.
So I have a little bit of an issue that only community and junior colleges can qualify to receive some of these training dollars, because, as I was about to say, there are other qualified entities that do a much more efficient job of training if it's only a 2-week course or a 2-month course than a community college might be able to do. Would you agree with that?
I would agree, and I will tell you this, that through my work with Ryan Miller and Accelerate, that's been one thing we've discussed extensively, is that, you know, what we want to do going forward is we want to identify the best ways to have people trained to enter the workforce, and we want to be very creative on that and not just follow the traditional models that, you know, to your point, have sometimes been ineffective. And so that is my goal too. I don't know if within the ARPA money, there are certain qualifications that the subcommittee looked at and certain regulations that are put forth in the statute that had them bring some of their suggestions. But it is my commitment to do exactly what you're asking.
All right. Would you consider it a friendly amendment if I were to amend on line 74 for the healthcare workforce training to add other qualified entities as determined by Accelerate Mississippi?
You know, just in quick thought about that amendment, I don't have any strong feeling against it, but I'm just not sure at this point if that would jeopardize any of the funding or the state or federal provisions enough to give you the correct answer on it. I do expect this bill and all of the ARPA bills to make it back, and I will express that to the Office of Workforce Development. I'd love to do a meeting with you and Ryan and discuss that, but I just don't want to do something that I don't know the answer to without researching it.
Well, as far as the research I've done, I don't see where we're adding other qualified entities as determined by the lead workforce development entity in the state would jeopardize the federal funds. I mean, there is no requirement at the federal level that community and junior colleges be the sole recipient of training dollars. Isn't that correct?
I'm not aware. Again, Senator, I don't have the answer to that, but when I hear very broad terms like other entities, my mind just goes to a lot of things that you and I probably would not intend to be portion of what we might want to see that go to. So I would rather work towards getting something more specific language to answer your question and not be so broad that we create an unintended consequence.
But wouldn't you agree that the Accelerate Mississippi, which is our lead workforce development agency, would make sure that anyone other than community colleges would be a qualified entity to do the training? Wouldn't you agree with that?
I would hope that would be the case, but also, you know, we have an agency that is not even quite a year old. You know, we're tasking that agency with the things we intended to task them, and we're tasking them with ARPA. And I just fear that if we leave that decision too broadly open, to Senator Polk's earlier comment, they might have many more people knocking on the door than maybe that agency could afford to have right now with their limited personnel and other things. So So again, I'd love to work with you on it, but I just want to be very careful in overburdening that agency and creating an unintended consequence.
All right, I recognize for an amendment at the proper time, Mr. President.
Please proceed to get your amendment drafted, Senator, so we'll have it. Senator Butler, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, Mr. President, I would like to take time to ask you to focus your attention in the southern part of the balcony. We have the 20th president of Alcorn State University. If you notice, I have my purple and gold on today, and you have your purple and gold around on your desk. And we have the 20th president here, along with Mr. Howard, the 64th president from Waynesboro. We'd like for you to stand. And we have Alicia James, the 95th Miss Alcorn State University. We have Sir Dennis Stevenson, the first Mr. Alcorn State University. And we have Mr. Horace Hayes Jr., who serves as senior class president, and Mr. Patrick Henderson, who is the business manager from Lake Providence, Louisiana. Kenya Williams, a senior political science major from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And one of our individuals that have also served as a page for me, Mr. Christopher Epps. Would you welcome them here to our Senate today?
Thank you and welcome. Senator Polk. Senator Polk passes. We're back on the bill. Senator Parker, you're recognized on this committee substitute.
Move we adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Back on the bill, Senator. One second. Okay. Senator Horn, you're recognized for amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this amendment that I'm offering is on line 74. It inserts the following before the period, or other qualified entity as determined by Accelerate Mississippi. And what I'm trying to do here is, and I think that Mr. Miller has agreed with this based on some conversations I've had with him in the past. I've talked with the chairman, and if you heard the interrogation on the floor, he agrees that there may be some other alternatives to training through community and junior colleges that might need to be considered by Accelerate Mississippi. If we don't support this amendment, then we're going to tie the hands of Accelerate Mississippi that only training that is, the only training that can be provided has to be provided by community and junior colleges alone. I don't have anything against community and junior colleges, but I do know that there are some economies of scale and that there are some things that might be done better by another organization that specializes in phlebotomy, for example, that specializes in certified nursing assistants, that specializes in training healthcare drivers. And they can do it a lot more efficiently than what a community or junior college can. So my proposition is that we don't tie their hand. We give Accelerate Mississippi the authority to determine what is a qualified and appropriate entity to provide training in these healthcare areas that we have been talking about today. I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Polk.
A question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Horn?
I do.
On the amendment, please proceed, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman. Would you specifically name some organizations that you're speaking of when you talked about your amendment, specific entities?
Well, there are private companies, Senator Polk, that provide training. There are nonprofits that provide training. and many of them do a very efficient and good job in the training. I can think of right now, there is a special program that's been stood up at the Jackson Medical Mall. And the medical mall itself is providing training for phlebotomists, for CNAs, certified nurse assistants. They're providing healthcare related driver training for commercial driver's license, CDL training. That's one good example that I know of, and they do it a lot more efficiently than a community college does.
And the data you have on making sure they do it much more efficiently is what?
Well, the number of hours of training, the amount of weeks of training is just a lot quicker, and you don't have to cover the overhead of what a community college would charge for the same sort of training. They can do it a lot more efficiently and a lot more cheaply.
Can they do it as well as the community colleges can? Have there been any, excuse me, let me finish. Have there been any research done on the quality of the participant that they turn out?
I can only say this, Senator Polk, that everybody they train gets hired, and there have been no complaints that I know of. They have a waiting list for folks to receive the training, and healthcare entities around Central Mississippi love to get their graduates.
Well, I've never heard of any of them, but thank you very much.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the amendment if there are no further questions.
Okay, Senator Parker is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Horn. I certainly do appreciate the intent of the amendment. You know, like in the questioning I mentioned, I have some reservations about such a broad amendment. I do anticipate this bill moving forward, and I think we can tighten this up and maybe identify some of those that are true there. I've enjoyed my work with Senator Horn on issues like this, and so at this point, I think it's more important to move this along in a fashion that's important instead of putting a reverse repealer in it. So I'm going to consider this a friendly amendment at this point, ask you to vote for it, and I'll promise you we'll keep working on this as we move along.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, we have a motion on the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Let's go forward.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there are no more questions, move passage on the use of morning roll call.
Have we adopted the committee substitute? Okay, so you're right, we're on to the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? And we wish to be, of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator Parker. We go to Senator Harkins. We're on item 9 on the agenda, back on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 9, Senate Bill 2844, and have that item read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2844, Alcoholic Beverage Control Division, authorize construction of new warehouse and contracting for operations.
Make the usual motion.
The Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Harkins.
I'd like to recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill deals with the ABC warehouse. I think everybody in here has probably had complaints from constituents about getting alcohol to liquor stores or for consumers, and I think that what we've had is a COVID exposed weaknesses in supply chain in general, which is why we see some things missing from grocery stores or Walmart or other stores. And then the same applies to alcohol, but also employees, which is across the board, and it has made a major impact on the ABC warehouse, and the outdated equipment in the warehouse. And so 2 of those 3 we can work to address, and this is what this bill is going to try to do. And working through what the best option was or is to go forward with ABC Warehouse, we prioritized consumers, which are primarily Mississippians. permittees, which are primarily liquor store owners and Mississippi small business owners, and then state revenue. Those are the three aspects we prioritized when working through what would be the best route going forward. So the bill that we have, the bulk of it is the first 11 sections, and what we do is we approve construction of a new warehouse. One of the biggest problems we have is the equipment at the current warehouse. It's a conveyor belt system. If you haven't been there, I can tell you it's very antiquated. You cannot buy parts for it anymore, so we have to have somebody in-house fabricate parts when it breaks. It requires 32 people minimum just to operate the conveyor belt, and that's not including the additional people needed to restock shelves to keep it going and to keep orders fulfilled. And so we would need to upgrade the equipment, the automations for that. Unfortunately, the warehouse has a 5.5-inch slab. The new automations require a 7 to 8-inch slab and a much more intense rebar and support system. They also go higher for the new automations than our current warehouse does, so we really have no choice but to build a new warehouse. We anticipate that cost will be between $50 and $60 million, and we will look to either at bonds or as a capital expense to pay for that. The next thing it does is it directs DOR to contract with a private company that is in the business of warehouse operations, specifically for cases of any kind of, not just alcohol, but any kind of soft drinks. We want to contract with a private company that has an expertise and can run more efficiently. We want to use that company right off the bat. As soon as we contract with them, have them take over operations at the current warehouse so that we can improve those operations. And then we want to use their expertise in how to build the new warehouse that we'll build and what automations they believe will be best for the state to get to operate efficiently. Keeping it at the current location for the 2 to 3 year time period until the new warehouse is built also allows us to fulfill the contract we currently have on shipping, which has roughly 2 years left. Then we're going to leave that option open to the new operating company on whether they want to do the shipping in-house or subcontract it out again. This bill also adds a 25-cent per case fee to shipping, but it caps out at certain monetary amounts over a time period. So it's not an ongoing expense, but it does build a special fund that we can use for capital expenses to prevent, the best that we can, the warehouse from coming in the same shape it is now. We want to keep it up. We want to maintain it. We want it to operate well 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, and longer if we can. Currently, the per case fee for shipping is $6. I'm not sure, I haven't got data on exactly how much over the actual cost, but I am told it is over the actual cost of shipping. So with that 25 cent per case, we still are likely to be under what we currently are paying for shipping. And the final thing that the bill does is it removes the wholesale tax. So wine and spirits are one of the few things in the state that has a wholesale tax that the permittee would pay to the state when they buy it, and then when they charge a retail sales tax at the sale, that nets out the wholesale sales tax. It becomes cumbersome, and this is a good opportunity to remove the wholesale sales tax. It won't change the bottom line, and that the netted out amount is always the retail sales tax. And that's an explanation of what the bill does.
Okay, we'll go to questions on the bill. Senator Moran, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, please.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Moran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Approximately what size is this warehouse?
The current one, or the one that we want to build?
Well, the current one.
Current one is 212,000 square feet, I believe.
And the new one?
We anticipate it's going to be between 200 and 250,000 square feet.
And do you feel that that's big enough to handle the, you know, if you're going to build something, it needs to handle it for 20, 30 years?
Yes, so this is based on a request for information that I put out with people in this line of work, and I got feedback from them on what kind of warehouse space we would need given the case volume we have and what we anticipate. I asked them to project it over the next 25 years.
And tell me again, what's the cost?
We believe it's going to be between 50 and 60 million based on what they have shared with us.
Okay. And is it close to the location and proximity to the old one?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I failed to mention that. We have in the current bill that it will be within 50 miles of the state capitol.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Norwood, for what purpose you seek recognition? Senator Norwood?
Thank you, Mr. President. No question.
Question, will you, Senator?
Yes,
You
sir.
recognize Senator Norwood.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Johnson. You answered, I guess, a couple of my questions, but you said 50 miles out, 50 miles from the state capitol.
Yes, sir.
Have you identified potential properties?
No, we ask that DOR prioritize current state-owned property first, but we do want to weigh the cost of site prep for those properties versus some that may already be set up.
Okay. And they're located currently in, what is that, Gluckstadt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any consideration being given to Hinds County?
Yes, sir. I think, I believe that the state does own some land just off the interstate in Hinds County, south of Jackson. And we definitely want to look at that property to see if it will fit the needs, and if the site prep cost is not too much, it would be a viable option.
Okay, and it's with the construction of it in the change of process, would it be opportunity for new employment opportunities, or just basically transition the individual that's there over to the facilities?
Basically transitioning, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Johnson.
Senator Norwood, appreciate it. Senator McDaniel, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Senator Johnson, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator McDaniel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I guess my first question, I know it's getting late in the morning, as they say. Is there a reverse repealer in the bill?
I have an amendment to add one.
You intend to add one at some point?
Yes.
Good. I know we had this discussion in committee, and if it's going to come back, I don't want to relitigate it all over again today. Just a couple of questions, though. I think there's been some misunderstanding about the term privatization in some respects. And I guess my question first is, why does Mississippi feel the need to be in the warehouse business?
Sure. So this is, if we could wave a magic wand, we would do things completely differently. But where we are now is that we are a control state. When we look at what other control states what has happened in other control states that have gone to a non-control state, which is what I think a lot of people refer to as privatization, they've had some significant issues that raise prices on consumers and negatively affects permittees, which again are local Mississippi business owners for the most part. So,
right, I've looked at those models. I guess my concern here is that we are such a controlled state. And I don't think anybody's advocating full privatization. I've never heard anybody take that position, because naturally that would cause some unfair competition to take place with present package store owners who have played by the rules for an awfully long time. So I get that position, and I'm not advocating at this stage for full privatization. But it goes to the heart, though, the warehouse itself. We are in the warehouse business. And I guess my question is, because we're in the warehouse business, it's reasonable to assume that the cost of people purchasing alcohol is going to be increased fairly dramatically by taxes that we levy by being in the warehouse business. I guess my concern is, if we were out of the warehouse business, not full privatization, but just out of the warehouse business, why wouldn't the package stores be allowed to operate and have a better profit margin as the result?
would you give me an example to make sure I understand exactly what you're saying?
Well, let's just assume, for example, now, again, not advocating full privatization, because I recognize the sensitivity of that issue among package store owners. But let's just say if the package store owner was allowed to purchase his inventory from somewhere other than their warehouse, and the state did not impose a fairly sizable tax on that purchase, then naturally one would think the package store owner would have a better chance of being successful in the marketplace. In other words, a better margin of profit at the end of the point of sale.
Yep. So currently, the state purchases from manufacturers, right? And there are different distributors and suppliers that other states use. that may help get the product from the manufacturer to Mississippi, but they do it at a negligible cost, and that's paid for by the manufacturer. We have a markup in the state of Mississippi of 27.5%. What would happen if the state was completely out of it and we did not tax it at all would be that those middle tier supplier distributors would have their own markup that they would run through. So that markup ranges from 18% to 45% on different products, averages around 23 to 24, so not much different. So to your point, if the state were to completely get out of it and not have that markup at all, it's possible that it would be at a lower cost to consumers. However, I don't think that anybody's going to lower the cost, and what I've been told even by some of those middle-level or middle-tier distributors and suppliers is that if there's already a price point, they're likely not going to let that price point drop, which means that it won't lower the price for consumers. And as far as the permittees, then they, instead of having to purchase from one entity, the state of Mississippi, with equal pricing throughout, which we can debate that on an ideological basis completely separate, but that is the way that their business model is set up now. Right. And so in taking that away from them, yes, we could pit Mississippi business owners against the buying power of Costco and Whole Foods, which they currently are not. We could also pit different ones in the state based on the ability to get products delivered to their area. We could unfairly pit them against each other in that regard, because they do also compete against each other for the business of, say, restaurants, right, to supply them alcohol.
Right, and to that point, I think that's all accurate. I guess my concern would be if the state is setting, is it 27.5 cents?
That's correct, yes.
You know, at that stage, we don't have market forces that come to bear, so that 27.5 cents is pretty static across the line. If we were not in the warehouse business, one would assume that there would be some market forces come to bear and that the end consumer would realize some savings. To your point, though, we are in a heavily regulated area, and I don't think it should be necessarily. But again, not calling for full privatization, recognizing these businesses have had to operate under these strict rules for an awfully long time. But I do think we're heading the wrong direction by building a new warehouse, because then we guarantee we're going to be in this warehouse business for the next, as Moran alluded to, for 30 or 40 years. So that's my concern.
I completely understand that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hickman, for what purpose? Senator Hickman passes. Senator Carter, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
You for question, Senator Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Carter.
Please excuse me, I'm trying to multitask over here. I may have missed something that Senator McDaniel said, but the question I have, is there anything in this bill that would give a wholesale company an advantage as far as pricing goes versus a liquor store, a package store?
No, and in fact, we're even looking at clarifying some language in here, which is one of the reasons that I have an amendment for a reverse repealer. We want to make sure that since we currently operate under a system that has fair pricing throughout, we want to make sure that's maintained. And so we'll have that in the bill specifically, that prices are constant throughout the state.
When we start talking about dealing with a third party as far as delivery and all that stuff goes, and you're negotiating on all that, I just have concerns that maybe a Costco or something like that may have a competitive advantage, and I don't think that's fair to our mom and pop independent liquor stores.
I agree.
So I just want to make sure that we don't do that.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Carter. Senator Norwood, for what purpose?
Of course, Mr. President.
You for question, Senator Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Senator Norwood, you're recognized.
Okay, Senator Johnson, I've been doing some thinking. Would you consider a friendly amendment? And I know we have a lot of our colleagues that really love the spirits, the wines and the spirits. Would you consider a friendly amendment to add additional tax to pay for this, the construction of this facility? I mean, I'm a non-drinker, so I just want to pay. So my desk mate, would you consider taxing, actually adding a tax to that would accommodate the payment for this facility?
Well, Senator, you're very welcome to make that amendment. I would be opposed to that amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. I guess no need for me to do it then.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Any other questions? All right, we're on amendment number 1. I think this is Senator Johnson's amendment.
This amendment does two things. It makes a correction on lines 155 and 159 for the lettering, and then it also adds a reverse repealer. Like I said, we have a few things that we're working on, tweaking the language on, some things with DOR, some things to clarify to make sure that we don't have any issues with pricing and deliveries. So we're going to be continuing to work on the bill, and all this amendment would do is allow us to make sure we can do that and bring it back before the Senate. And that's an explanation of the amendment.
Okay, questions on the amendment? Okay, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Move adoption of the amendment.
Adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the second amendment. I believe this is Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan.
Chris.
Mr. Clerk, can you put up the second amendment? Is it up? Okay.
Mr. President, what this amendment does is simply give another option to whoever is doing this. There is nothing mandatory about this amendment. Anybody who wants to can ignore it. But at least there is the possibility that it would be desirable for members or workers at this institution to be members of the state health plan and to be members of the state retirement system. The reason is it would be benefits for those individuals, and it would also help the state retirement system because because it just generally helps the retirement system to have more members. And it probably helps the state health plan because if you'll think for a minute, as a group, the individuals working at this institution are probably healthier than people, our employees taken as a whole. But having said that, I want to emphasize this amendment does not require anybody to do anything. It simply says in the negotiations about this, if the State Tax Commission wants to, they can put this in their contract. Or they can have a contract which makes it permissible. It just gives them another option.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hobson, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Question, Senator Bryan, will you yield for a question?
Yes.
Senator Hobson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Bryan. Or is this amendment directed at the employees of the Department of Revenue?
Well, it's directed at whoever it is that will be operating this facility.
So whether it's a state employee or a private entity that contracts with the state, they would be part of the PERS system?
It would allow that option. All I can tell you is that my understanding is the way employment works is not quite as direct as it used to be. And my understanding from the discussion about this bill in the Finance Committee is that there are probably at least some changes going to be made as the bill works its way through the process. And I think this is an option they should have. I don't think any of us know in detail what the final contract, if there is one, would look like. But this would give the Division of Revenue, who I think is going to be negotiating the contract, and the individual who's getting the contract an opportunity to see what they can do in those areas.
I may have missed this in Senator Johnson's explanation, but was this part of this bill dealing with the contracting of the operations to a private entity, or I thought it was primarily to deal with the construction of a new warehouse?
I think that there are provisions for operation of the warehouse in the bill as I read it.
Okay, and let me kind of flip the script a little bit on the employee issue. Would this allow, if it stays under the Department of Revenue, would this allow an employee under the Department of Revenue to not have to participate in the PERS system?
No, I think there are other statutes that require that.
That's what I thought, and I was afraid that your amendment might be changing that.
No. My amendment is to do the exact opposite. And I think this is the trap we're in a number of areas. State parks strikes me as a prime example. The state park system now is involved in all sorts of regulations with the personnel board, and who knows what else, in everything they do that ties their hands. I think it would be better to have someone at the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries and Parks, the Department of Tourism, whoever, wherever, whatever, in charge of the state parks, with the flexibility to manage them with hiring and firing and setting salaries and on, just as though they were in the private sector. But doing that does not mean that those same employees shouldn't be able to participate in PERS and shouldn't be able to participate in the state health plan. And so that's what I'm getting at here. As I read the bill, it seems to me to say that the people at the warehouse cannot participate in PERS and cannot participate in the retirement system, and they have to be employees of the contractor. I may have misread it, but that's what it looks like to me. And I think there may be another option that would work better for the employees and the employer and the state retirement system and the state health system. And I just want to give the option to whoever down the road works out the details in this to do that.
Yeah, I know what at least I thought that's what you were trying to do, and I don't have an objection to that. My concern is the way that it's worded. It may allow those employees that are still members of DOR to be able to opt out of the PERS system, and I think that could be a dangerous place for us to be.
I don't want anybody anywhere opting out.
Yep. Well, I mean, you and I probably agree it could be a quick path to destruction of the system.
We do not need to have people opting out.
Well, if you're confident that this proposed amendment will not affect that in any way, then I'm supportive, but I just want to make sure that you're confident that it does not affect that.
Well, in particular, I have confidence in the author of the bill, and I have confidence in the chairman of finance. I have confidence in many chairs. And so I think the answer to your question, which is a valid concern in mine, is I'm sure they're going to get it right before this bill gets in those little blue books, if it ever does.
Thank you, Senator Bryan.
Okay. Speak on the bill. Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
On the amendment.
I'm sorry, speak on the amendment.
Thank you, sir. This is the first I've seen it. It does raise some questions for me. I think that in a lot of ways, it can do no harm in that the contract may and that the employees may. I do have some questions. We have a reverse repealer in. It's up to y'all on how you choose to vote, but I think that with the employees that may have the option, if that were to come to pass, the employer would be responsible for that. It would get billed back to the state, which would drive the cost up. Part of the efficiency of using a private operator would be to not have PERS. And it kind of depends on which frame of work you want to look at. So leave it up to y'all to decide how you want to, and we'll figure it out. I think that we can etch this out before conference is over.
Okay. Senator Bryan.
Well, I may have misunderstood, but I think I just heard that part of the efficiency is to make sure that employees don't have PERS. Well, if that's what's going on, there are really problems. Because that's what privatization does over and over again. And one of my main concerns with privatization, which is if you are a state employee or an employee of other governments, you have an insurance plan and you have a retirement plan. Once upon a time, not that long ago, it was sort of standard that you had retirement plans and insurance plans with your jobs throughout the economy. But on some occasions, privatization consists of this. You got all these employees. Why don't you get out of the way and let us take over these employees? And then what we'll do is we'll cut all their benefits out, and we'll give you part of the money, and we'll take part of the money, and we'll all rock along. And the losers will be the ordinary workers who no longer have retirement and no longer have insurance. And it seems to me that in an awful lot of things we do, we seem to have no concern at all for the well-being of the actual workers and employees. And I find that troubling.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Johnson, any reply? Well, otherwise we'll let her. Pardon me? Senator Bryan moves adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
If there's no other questions, move passage using the morning roll call.
Questions? Senator has requested utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? McDaniel, Bryan, Chisholm, Hickman, Parker, Branning, Sojourner, Frazier, Hill, Jackson. Anyone else? Butler. Sorry, Butler with a K. Anyone else? Norwood with an N. Wiggins. Jordan. Anyone else? Tate. Anyone else? Okay, Senator Harkins, we're back on number 11. Last couple here before we break.
Skip item 10, have it retain its place on the calendar, go to item 11, Senate Bill 2842, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill, which one, 11?
It's number 11, 2842.
Senate Bill number 2842, Mississippi Healthcare Industry Zone Act and related ad valorem tax and sales tax exemptions, extend repeal date.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Harkins.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill just extends the repealer on it to 2026 on the current plan that's in place. That is an explanation of the bill.
Let's see. We have a question, I believe. Senator Bryan?
He wants to speak on the bill. Speak.
Oh, Senator Bryan wants to speak on the bill. Any questions? Any questions? Seeing no questions, ready for Senator Bryan. You're recognized to speak on the bill.
A long, long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, I finished law school, moved to Amory, and opened a law office. When I opened a law office, I hired a secretary. When it came time to fill out my federal income tax return, lo and behold, there was a tax credit for hiring employees. And so I filled in the box on the tax return and got some sort of tax credit for hiring a secretary. But it had nothing at all to do with my hiring a secretary. I hired a secretary because I needed somebody to help me in my law office. And I'm sure somebody somewhere claimed that this tax credit had brought about this additional job, and of course it did no such of a thing. That's the problem with a number of programs we have at the Mississippi Development Authority. One of the problems. Consistently, the Mississippi Development Authority tells us that everyone who takes advantage of one of their programs is creating jobs because of them. And I'm telling you that a number of instances, the people that are going to expand their businesses and engage in economic activity for the good old-fashioned reason of making money are going to do that regardless of the existence of these so-called incentives. In fact, several years back, an economic development agency, a local one, sent out a message that said we have a terrible problem here. our members are just expanding without letting us get an incentive for them. And so please don't expand your business until you come to us and let us see what sort of incentive we can get for you. Well, there are circumstances in which the incentives offered by the state make a difference, but it's not every time they're used. And so far as I know, for decades, there has been zero effort, zero attempt on the part of the Mississippi Development Authority to make any distinction. Instead, year after year after year, they provide us data about all these jobs they've created without ever dealing with the initial question of, did the so-called incentive have anything at all to do with the job? So far as I know, they've never come to us, maybe once or twice, my memory's not what it used to be, never come to us and said, you know, this program just in the long run is not that efficient, and it's not really getting much bang for the buck. We would be better off without that. Instead, they want more and more and more various and sundry ways, but there's never anything that's on the books that we could get shed off. Another thing that happens is what has happened with this particular situation. The former governor had this idea that we should have a little area out by the University Medical Center, the stadium there along Woodrow Wilson, in that area, that would be a sort of a medical corridor. And it seems to me that's a sensible idea on some levels. But the next step was, if we had all these incentives, that would bring about stuff at the medical corridor. I don't know that the incentives brought about any stuff at the medical corridor. I'm not sure people locating medical facilities are motivated by that sort of thing. But of course, we never ask that question. We say, we need, the way to everything is give away money. And I don't think that's the case. But at any rate, that was the initial idea for this bill. And my recollection is that other people in the Jackson metropolitan area said, this is not fair. You're encouraging people to locate in this one place. What about other places in the Jackson metropolitan area? So the bill, my recollection is, was amended to do that. Well, as time has passed, the bill has been amended over and over and over again. And now, as best I can tell, this so-called medical corridor, which was the intention of the bill, at least was said to be the intention of the bill, now covers practically every county in the state. And it's resulting in hundreds of millions of dollars of tax credits and on and on and on. And I'm telling you that there are people who are benefiting from this, just like I benefited from the tax credit when I opened my law office. I was going to hire a secretary anyway, but I did have the energy to check the box and get the tax credit. And I think that's what's going on with a lot of situations in this particular program. I'm not asking you to vote no. I'm just, again, raising the alarm that there are situations like this that we just let go on and on and on at enormous cost. But it's clear where this body's interest in being frugal is. We have singled out the problem, and it's that poor soul who's working for a living, not making much money, making so little money that he or she qualifies for food stamps. But, 1 week, you might get a little extra money, and that might reduce your food stamp amount by $24. Or it might not reduce it at all. But we are going to put enormous time and energy, an enormous debate, and weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth about the taxpayers' money.
And we singled out the culprit. It's the poor soul struggling to get by, working a lot harder than people in this chamber work in many instances, not getting paid much money. And unlike 49 other states, we're going to load up this poor soul with a bunch of meaningless paperwork, and if it costs the state $1 million a year, we don't care, because we're going to show that guy. There are a lot more zeros in this one.
Senator Parker, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question for Senator Bryan.
You yield for a question, Senator Bryan.
Yes.
Senator Bryan, you touched, thank you for taking my question. You touched on a number of different issues there, and I appreciate your passion. I want to go back to one issue that you started the discussion on, was the incentives and the transparency and the efficiency, and looking at those. I do share your concern that we have some of these on the books that have not been used in many years. And I know this body, in particular leadership of this body, has been hard at work in trying to craft legislation to improve the problem that you're describing there. Are you aware of some of those efforts that we have put into that so far?
Why don't you remind me of those efforts?
Okay, so I will mention the program we've titled Inflex to you, and what we've done through that program, that legislation that we're advanced out of this chamber already this year, last year, if we seek to find the incentives that are being used and being used effectively, and combine those into a transparent program that not only awards those programs for new businesses and expansions, but in addition provides new transparency methods to ensure that that money is being used for those purposes, and in addition to provide for clawbacks in the event that the obligation is not being properly met by the company. And would you agree that to fix a problem as large as what you've described, that we need to be taking steps a little bit at a time to try to achieve that?
The problems that you have mentioned, which you say Inflex addresses, are not the problems I'm raising. I'm not raising the issue of money that's spent improperly. I'm not raising the issue of industries that don't follow through with whatever they're required to do. I'm not raising those issues. Those are separate issues. The issue I'm raising is an individual who gets a incentive, so-called, and absolutely qualifies for it and does everything he or she is supposed to do. But the existence of the incentive had absolutely nothing to do with the economic activity that got the incentive. The economic activity would take place anyway. I don't see anything in Inflex to address that issue. It does have some provisions that address misspent money and individuals not following through with what they say they're going to do. But I don't see any existing programs being repealed in Inflex. My understanding is it takes all the existing programs and rolls them up into one big bill.
Again, you know, your discussion or your passion on this touched a lot of issues. In listening to it myself, it seemed to be a broad discussion on all of the economic incentives that we offer in this state. And I commit to you that this body and myself are looking very strongly to try to improve those. And it's my commitment to you to be working towards that, and not just be standing on the side and watching the same thing happen again. So I appreciate your comments and look forward to working with you on this.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, but I will say again, I have never seen any of these things repealed. I've never seen anything run its course and they say this is just not working out, we need to stop this program. And I'm not, again, not talking about misspent money or people that don't follow through with what they say. I'm talking about people who do follow through with what they say.
Right, and last year, to just refresh you, I did introduce a bill to repeal several of the incentives in the state as a companion bill to Inflex. To your point, if we're not doing something correctly and if we're not using a program correctly we have on the books, we shouldn't keep it. And so it'll be my intention to continue to move in that direction.
I'm glad to hear that.
Senator Parker, thank you. Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
I'd like to speak.
Okay. Senator McClendon, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
In the South Gallery today, if we could get Parole Officer Ms. Hannah Lee to stand up. She is with Mississippi Department of Corrections, parole officer, and has chosen to spend her lunch hour being entertained by her Mississippi State Senate.
Thank you. Welcome. Hopefully she's not looking for one of you. Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be brief. Believe it or not, I agree with some of the points that Senator Bryan made, and I will relate it to a story from my dentist. My dentist owns her own practice. She employs about 10 people, and she pays all her taxes, ad valorem and otherwise. But there may be an industry 40, 50 miles from there that might employ 200 people, 250 people, but they are taking advantage of these incentives and they're not paying their taxes into the treasury, into the county or city fund, whereas my dentist who employs 10 people is paying her taxes, and they're high and they're hard with an independent small business to pay their taxes. So I guess where I'm going with this is, should everybody pay their fair share in taxes, or are we going to continue with the way of the world? And I mean, right now, everybody incentivizes. So if Mississippi doesn't incentivize, Mississippi's probably not going to get the jobs and probably not going to get the companies and the expansions and the employment. But there is something to be said for the fact that small business people typically don't ever get any of these exemptions. And it's concerning to me that small businesses built this country. They were the backbone of this country, and they are struggling the most through the pandemic when all these other people, these big box stores got to stay open. Small businesses were some of the first people that had to close down because they were unique and specialty items. So I guess if maybe we did repeal the income tax, maybe we could look at getting rid of some of these incentives. Maybe that would be a better replacement and more fair for everybody across the board than giving incentives here and there and yonder. So that's just my thoughts on the matter. I don't like welfare, whether it's welfare or corporate welfare. I don't like any of them. That wasn't how this country was built. And it's going to take some hard decisions to ever move back to everybody taking care of themselves where we started in this country. But I think that with where we see the trajectory going, we're going to have to think harder and harder about continuing to grow and grow and grow and grow government into more aspects of people's lives, and just get back to the point to where you're responsible for what you do and what business you have and how you conduct your life. Because once the genie's out of the bottle, it's real hard to put her back in. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Harkins, you're recognized to close on the bill.
Seeing no other questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Senators move for adoption by the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? We should be recorded as voting no. Present. Lunt. No. Bryan? No. Anyone else? Norwood? No. Butler? No. Horn? Present. Butler, was yours no, sir? No. No. Butler? Horn? Present. Jackson? No. Simmons? No. D. Simmons. Jordan? No. Hickman? No. Anyone else? Barnett? No. Frazier, present. Thomas, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, bill passes. With that, we'll recognize Senator Polk. I'm sorry, Senator Hobson, do you have an announcement before we recognize Senator Polk?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like for the following subcommittee chairs to meet in my office at 1:15 to discuss special fund agencies. Those are Senators Michelle, Branning, Butler, Robert Jackson, Turner Ford, Delano, and Polk. 1:15 in room 214. Thank you.
1:15, Mr. Clerk. Okay, Senator Polk, thank you. Senator Polk, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 1:30 this afternoon.
1:30, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Okay. Test 1, 2. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, thank you.
This thing's hot.
Call the Senate in session. We'll go to the calendar. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 12, Senate Bill number 2875, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2875, alcoholic beverages, revised definition of beer.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All
Aye.
opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize, I would do a move we adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill and recognize Senator Chasnow to explain it.
Senator Chasnow, you recognize the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the few and faithful who are here at 1:30, I had planned to give you all an entertaining talk about the history of beer. But since the crowd is slight, no doubt some are still out having a beer, I will merely say, that this bill has been brought before us because unlike 500 years ago when the definition of beer was pretty simple, we now have a number of products that are considered to be malt beverages. And as a result, the industry would like for us to define what beer is. There is a reverse repealer in this committee sub so that we can continue the discussions. And if any of you are interested in knowing more about the history of beer, I'll be glad to talk with you about it at a later time. But if there are no questions, I would like to propose that we pass this measure by use of the morning roll call. We need to adopt the committee sub. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Committee substitute. First, let's have any questions. Any questions? Senator has made a motion to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
All right, on final passage? If there are no questions?
No questions. Please proceed, Senator.
All right, if there are no questions, I will request that we pass this measure by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Should be recorded as voting no. Chisholm, no. Branning, no. Parker, no. Frazier, no. Norwood, no. Tate, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Any presents? Parks, present. Senator Williams, did you have your light on there? Okay. Bill passes. We're on, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 13 and 14 and have them retain their place on the calendar.
13 and 14 retains its place on the calendar. Chairman McMahon. We're on 15.
Thank you, Mr. President. I call up item 15 on today's calendar. Ask the title be read.
Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2512, City of South Haven extend repeal date on restaurant tax.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please, presenters.
This is existing legislation. All it does is extend the repealer date to 20. I forgot the date, Mr. President. Only thing it does is extend the repealer date to 2026.
2026.
If there are any questions, I move for passage on the afternoon roll call.
Questions? Seeing none, the Senator has moved for passage on the afternoon roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? None. The bill passes. Thank you, Senator McMahon. Senator Polk? Senator Polk passes. Items 16 and 17 retain their place upon the calendar. Chairman Parker, we're on 18.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 18, have a title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2716, Region Smart Development Interstate Compact between Arkansas, Mississippi, and Tennessee ratified.
My motion will be that we table the motion to reconsider and be recognized to explain.
Motion is to table the motion to reconsider. You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. After this bill passed last time, I had some discussion with our friends from Tunica and from Marshall County. They were wondering if their counties had been included in this. I was able to find out that those counties had been invited to attend the meetings that have been going on for 3 years, and so far they had not taken up that offer to attend. I did inform my Senate colleagues that we have another regional meeting coming up on Friday, February the 18th, 2022 at the FedEx Forum, and those counties and their mayors are welcome to attend, as is anyone who would like to attend. So hopefully was able to alleviate their concerns, and so my motion would be that we table the motion to reconsider.
Questions on the motion? Seeing none, motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Parker. Chairman Moran, you're ready. Chairman Barnett, you would be next. Chairman Moran, we're on 19.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that item call up and read the title, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2476, Shellfish Aquaculture Farms, authorize Department of Marine Resources to license.
Move to table the motion to reconsider.
Table the motion to reconsider. Any questions? Any questions? Seeing none, the motion has been made. Table the motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Moran. Senator Barnett, you're ready. We're on item 20, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up item 20 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2275, Pilot Work Release Program, extend repealer.
Senator make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we, opportunity to explain the committee sub, but also ask that Senator Sparks be allowed to do that.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2275 deals with a pilot work release program that we authorized last year for Rankin County. Rankin County Sheriff appeared today and before the committee and discussed the results. Since we've allowed this, they've been very successful. He estimated about an 80% success rate with people that he had dealt with. This is a program where you're working with the judges, the DAs, and the sheriffs to serve their time in the county. There's no money, state money, appropriated for this. This is at the discretion of the county. There is a requirement that it's no less than the prevailing wage when they have work outside of the institution, that any inmate may request to participate. And we have expanded this year to include Jackson County, and at the proper time, I do have an amendment to insert a reverse repealer so that if other counties want to participate, that we would leave that opportunity open for them. That is a brief explanation of the committee sub, and I would yield to any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Simmons, Senator with D.
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield for a question, Senator?
I yield.
Please proceed, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. The only question that I had, Senator Sparks, was about the actual written report that from Sheriff Bailey. Did we ever get a written report?
I do. I have a copy, and I'll be glad to provide you a copy. It shows the participants. It shows the biographical demographic information that was required of them under 2275, and be glad to provide you a copy of that.
Thank you so much for your work, and thank you, Chairman Barnett, as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Other questions? Other questions? Okay, we're ready on the amendment, I believe.
Would I adopt the committee sub and then amend, Mr. President?
You would.
Okay. I would move for adoption of the committee substitute by the morning roll call.
No, it would have to be all in favor, Senator. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And now we're ready for the amendment. And then we'll be on the bill.
The amendment would be to add a reverse repealer. Oh, I apologize. If there's a reverse repealer in there, I don't want to reverse the reverse repealer.
Okay. So we're good with you where you are? Okay, we've adopted the committee sub. Now we're ready to adopt the bill, Senator.
Move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Senators requested final passage in the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Sparks. Thank you, Senator Barnett. We're on 21. Senator Tate, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Introduction.
Please proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if you will, direct your attention to the South Gallery. We have with us today from Meridian C.D. Smith. If you will, please make him feel welcome.
Welcome, Mr. Smith. Good to see you again. Chairman Michelle, we're on 21.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we go to item 21, Senate Bill 2450, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2450, Mississippi Windstorm Underwriting Association to avert non-admitted policy fee to the state and school employees insurance fund.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is Senate Bill 2450 deals with the non-admitted policy fee, which is a 3% fee that is assessed on insurance policies in our surplus lines or from our non-admitted carriers. And the legislation on the books has a repeal date this summer. So if we do nothing with this legislation, this fee will go away. This fee produces around $15 to $18 million a year that currently goes to the wind pool. And what this legislation is going to do is divert that money into our state and school employees health insurance fund with limitations that I'll explain in just a moment. You say, why do we want to send this money to our state and school employees health insurance fund? Well, let me give you some numbers on what's happened with that fund, and I'm going to compare it with the revenues in the wind pool. Our state plan is self-insured. Many people might mistakenly think that we go out to a carrier and the insurance carrier takes on the brunt of the losses, but that's not the case. We fund this program with our proceeds that the Appropriations Committee funds, and then our school employees and our school districts also pay the premiums, and it goes to our Department of Finance. They oversee it, and a third party administers the plan. Unfortunately, in calendar year 2015, we had as much as $274 million on hand to pay claims, and that has very steadily dwindled down. In 2016, the plan lost $20 million. 2017, it lost $25 million. 2018, lost $40 million. 2019 lost $44 million. 2020 lost $33 million. And in 2021, when we had a lot of COVID claims, the plan lost $55 million. So it's now from $274 million dwindled down to a base of about $68 million unobligated funds to pay claims. Other things happen. This just shows you how quickly things can happen that the plan has to respond to. For instance, about 3 weeks ago, the federal government under the Biden administration mandated that plans such as ours pay for 8 COVID tests per family per year, per month. And boy, that's pretty hard to figure out exactly how much that's going to cost our state plan, isn't it? Because you're given the option of an individual to order up to 8. Are they going to order 4 or are they going to order 8? Are they going to order 8 this month and 4 next month? Are they going to order for 3 months? Or are they going to order for 12 months? Well, the best that our school state employees health management board has been able to estimate is that's going to cost somewhere between $5 and $10 million to our state health plan. We had a 6% premium increase this year. That cost is passed on directly to your constituents in your district. As you know, the plan covers most employees, but employees' families and spouses and children. Just to walk you through what that could cost, that 6%, I believe it's around $600 to $700 a month for a family. So that's around over $8,000 a year to include a family. 6%, that comes up to about $500 increase or right out of the paycheck of a school teacher or a state employee. This is projected to be about a $10 million cost to our state health plan. And our good appropriations chairman has got to come up with $10 million extra just to make that plan whole for the state employees who are already covered in the plan. I've been honored to serve on the ARPA subcommittee chaired by Senator Pope. He has done such a wonderful job. And one of the things we heard from was our state health plan. We asked them to document COVID losses because there's the clause in the ARPA funds that we can reimburse some of these losses. And they are not through yet, but they've documented over $122 million in losses directly attributable to the COVID virus. So we don't know how much more that's going to be going on. We're looking at possibly a cash infusion. We don't know how much that will be, but this 15 to 18 million annuity, let's call it, that we're diverting to the state and school employees health fund could mean the difference in ceasing another increase so that your constituents in all 82 counties did not have this extra cost that they have to pass on and pick up on their family. On the other hand, the wind pool balance has done the exact opposite of what the school employees plan, state and school employees plan has done. It has grown very nicely. It was set up to do that. In 2014, it had $205 million cash balance. End of November of 2021, the last numbers I have, it has grown from $205 million to $360 million liquid assets on hand to pay claims. So while the wind pool balance has increased $150 million, our state health plan has lost $200 million. So in summary, the 3% fee that the state, in this legislation, that will be diverted to the school and health employees plan, we put a stopgap measure in the legislation. We said on December 31st of each year, if the fund balance in the wind pool goes below $250 million, remember it's at $360 right now, it has to drop quite a bit, but at any time if it diverts below that $250 million threshold, then this diversion will cease and the money will go back to the wind pool instead of going to our school employees health fund. Once it reaches above the $250 million, the diversion to the health insurance fund continues. You might ask, well, what shape does that leave the wind pool in? Is this the only source of revenue? No, it's not. Remember, they have $360 million cash on hand, and they buy reinsurance. So in addition to $360 million cash, they buy reinsurance. They're free to buy reinsurance all the way up to $1 billion, $1.2 billion. We have a board that makes these decisions. It's a separate independent board. It's not a state agency. But the fund also brings in additional fees each year. In 2020, which is the last audited numbers we've been able to receive, there were $26 million worth of premiums that came into the fund, $6.5 million in interest and dividends, and $7.5 million in investment gains. That's $40 million that the fund brought in that particular year in order to pay losses. The $15 million as a portion of the assets on hand of $367 million represents about a 4% amount, 4% diversion. I think I've adequately explained what we're trying to accomplish here, and I'll be glad to yield any questions.
Senator Thompson, you're recognized for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Michelle.
You're recognized for a question. Senator Michelle, will you yield?
Yes, thank you.
Senator Thompson, you're recognized.
So, you and I have had conversations about this before.
Yes.
And you understand my concerns about destabilizing the wind pool. Has MWA testified in your committee or provided any input into this bill?
Yes, I would like to explain what we've done that brought us to this decision. I want you to know that your insurance committee worked very hard analyzing this over the last 2 years. The repealer is this summer, so that kind of brings it to a head, I guess you could say. But our insurance committee has had 2 hearings. Both years I've been chairman of this, and we had representatives from the wind pool to speak to us. We had representatives from the State Rating Bureau to speak to us. We had our insurance commissioner give us an update. We also, I have met with Senator Kirby, who was one of the authors of the wind pool legislation. He was chairman of the insurance committee when it was formed. And I also met with Senator Kirby, and I went out to the Ratings Bureau and met with the Ratings Bureau people, spent a couple hours doing that. I've also participated in wind pool board meetings with Insurance Commissioner Cheney, and we've done best we could to educate ourselves on what would be best for the plan and also best for our health insurance plan.
I can appreciate that. My question, I guess, more narrowly tailored is, has Mississippi Windstorm Underwriters Association, have they stamped their approval on this bill and this proposed diversion?
We've met with them twice at the 2 hearings, and their stand is that they will do the best with what revenues we give them. That's what they've told us.
And by doing the best, you mean that as far as how they purchase reinsurance?
Reinsurance, and make sure that they buy enough reinsurance to protect all the homes on the coast.
And my concern is that this diversion could potentially destabilize wind pool to the point that either the reinsurance rates will go up due to the actuarial process on purchasing reinsurance, or that the amount of coverage could be reduced, the reinsurance coverage could be reduced, thereby leaving either the state exposed, or if the reinsurance rates go up, those rates get passed on to the ratepayers on the coast and in the bottom 6 counties, who would effectively wind up paying more. Is that correct?
Well, it's my opinion that the Wind Pool Board has done an excellent job, and they have $360 million to buy reinsurance with. They can buy as much as they feel is necessary to protect the policyholders.
What was the reason for the $250 million stopgap that you mentioned? If I understand correct, if the surplus or reserves drop below $250 million, this diversion would cease?
We just felt that, I'll give you a good example of what happened on Hurricane Zeta. There have been many improvements, obviously, since Hurricane Katrina to occur that have caused losses to be significantly less than they would have prior to Hurricane Katrina. The first item would be that the homes after Hurricane Katrina were built to better standards. Yes, sir. And the other thing is that the wind pool plan requires the participants to have flood insurance. As you know, there was an argument after Hurricane Katrina, was it flood damage or was it wind damage? So it takes that variable out of it. And the deductible, most deductibles are in the 5% range. I guess you could buy down a lower deductible. After Hurricane Zeta, as an example, the insurance commissioner told me it was about a $133 million storm. However, it cost the wind pool less than $30 million because of these measures. Let me walk you through a loss. If you have someone with a $400,000 house, as an example, and they have a 5% deductible, I happen to know a person firsthand who had losses of around $12,000 to $15,000, didn't even meet the $20,000 threshold, so that made no claim on the plan. So there's a lot of people in that instance that don't make claims on the program. Did I answer your question?
Well, that's a function of the amount of the deductible versus the amount of the loss. Yes. Right. But just, is there anything in this bill that goes towards trying to depopulate wind pool, trying to get people out of wind pool?
Well, we're fortunate. Our plan is going the opposite directions of Florida's, which is great. Ours is depopulating. Our numbers are coming down. The goal of when the wind pool was set up was to get people into normal carriers, and it is working because the numbers have come way down.
Well, I'm asking if in this bill in particular, in this 2450, is there anything in Senate Bill 2450 that would function to depopulate wind pool?
Not anything new in the legislation, no, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Thompson. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Questions?
Were you for a question, Senator Michelle?
Yes.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate what you do at on the insurance company. I'm sorry, the insurance committee. So a few questions. So just as a little bit of background, the wind pool was set up after Katrina as a way to, I guess, cover particularly those coast losses where the market wasn't there. Is that right?
Yes, it's my understanding at the time that many of the carriers, the losses were great, and Mississippi represents, I believe it's 1% of the insurance market in the country, and many of them at that point, the insurance commissioner tells me, could have possibly just thrown up their hands and said, we're going to go to a more lucrative market where we don't have these risks.
Okay, and your bill, what it's doing is diverting non-admitted policy fees to put into the teacher's fund, I guess. Is that what it's doing?
State and school employees health insurance fund.
So you're diverting a portion of the fees that are going into the wind pool and sending them somewhere else.
Yes, we're not touching the balance that's in the wind pool. We're diverting the funds before they get to the wind pool. So long as the balance in the wind pool stays at $250 million.
And in general terms, the wind pool came about as a result of Hurricane Katrina and the losses on the coast, correct?
Yes.
So, as being insurance commissioner, are you familiar with the National Flood Insurance Program? I keep calling you commissioner, I'm sorry, chairman. Are you familiar with the National Flood Insurance Program?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so are you familiar or aware that presently the flood insurance along the coast are continuing to skyrocket at this stage of the game? Are you familiar with that?
I don't know what that has to do with the club insurance.
Well, okay, so, and I'm getting there. So the the issue back during Hurricane Katrina was wind versus water, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and basically that the insurance companies did not pay. In fact, they used as a reason for not paying that people didn't have flood insurance, correct?
That's what I understand.
And the flood insurance is a federal program managed by the federal government, correct?
Yes.
And as a result of Hurricane Katrina, people that got small business loans, SBA loans, that got mortgages, they all are now required to have flood insurance. Are you aware of that?
Yes, if you buy a policy through the wind pool, you're required to have a flood policy, and that takes that doubt out of it as to what happened. The consumer therefore gets paid for the loss.
Right, and so the National Flood Insurance Program is continuing to be a albatross around the necks of the people on the coast because flood insurance rates keep going up. Are you familiar with that?
I own some office buildings in floodplain areas, and I know how much my policies have gone up, and I feel like I have no control over that.
And in fact, just a month ago, the Harrison County Board of Supervisors passed a resolution calling on something to be done about the rising flood insurance costs for the citizens along the coast. Were you aware of that?
No, sir.
Okay, so the point I'm getting at is, wouldn't it make sense that a diversion of these non-admitted funds go to help coast residents to manage the rising flood insurance costs that are continuing to hamper development on the coast?
Well, as I said, Senator, flood insurance is not limited to just the coast. We have people who probably in all 82 counties have to buy flood insurance. So these funds will help all 82 counties now by helping keep the insurance costs down for the state and school employees in every senator's district.
But the whole purpose of the wind pool program was to help, in general, those on the coast in the market, and by your own admission, those things are going down. However, flood insurance costs are continuing to go up. Would it surprise you that I had a constituent tell me that they were paying $800 in flood insurance, and now because nothing's been done, that they are now paying over a couple thousand in flood insurance?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, so it seems to me, would it not, that if we're going to divert funds from the wind pool, that we do it to a point where we assist residents on the coast to manage the flood insurance rising costs that they've had no control over and that they are required to have as a result of the federal government. Would you be open to addressing this in this way?
I'd like you to ask that to the wind pool board that manages that. It would seem like an appropriate question for them. They have $360 million that they could use to help, and I don't know how they would help exactly in a federal program, but possibly if you speak to the chairman of the wind pool board is on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, that'd be a great question for them. I'm sure they'd love to help you.
He is, this is the wind pool, but how you would do it was you would divert the funds and you create a program, be it a grant program or something, to assist people who are required to deal with the flood insurance.
Well, I know that my only relief to try to get my flood rates lowered is on a federal issue, since it's a federal program, is to contact my congressman, and I have heard that there's things going on with that. Maybe if you get in Congress, you can.
I was just going to say, maybe I could help, but I'm not there yet. So I would certainly like to do that. But in the meantime, I have this bill in front of me. Well, I would appreciate you continuing to talk with me on that and see if we can do something about it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Williams, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Were you for a question, Senator? Senator Williams,
Yes.
you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure, the wind pool benefits who?
The wind pool is set up to make insurance cost effective. Mostly the six, it does go north of the 6 coastal counties. I believe it goes, I don't want to go on record how far north it goes, but mostly I would defer to the gentleman on the coast.
Yes, sir.
But I think it's mostly south of I-10 as the main people who are paying for the policies
and,
to the wind pool.
and as he said, as a result of Katrina, the wind versus flood issue is kind of the origins of it.
Origin after Hurricane Katrina to help stabilize our insurance market.
Now, the monies that go into the wind pool, where do they come from? Do they come from those areas or a different geographic?
No, okay. This 3% non-admitted policy fee is charged on policies statewide. not just in those 6 areas. So
All 82 counties.
if you live in South Haven and you buy a policy that was a surplus line, you'll pay a fee. So part of your premium in DeSoto County or in Greenville or Tupelo or in Oxford will support that fund.
So the diversion this bill's authorizing would benefit how many counties?
82.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Polk. Senator Polk.
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Polk.
Thank you. So I can help understand this, the wind pool funds were actually established for the Gulf Coast after Katrina. But everyone from Corinth down pays a fee of 3% on insurance policies to help the coast. Is that correct?
Okay, that's in the difference is what happened after Katrina was the domestic companies who are registered to do business in Mississippi were assessed by the insurance commissioner, and I believe it was about $500 million. The insurance commissioner had the right to assess them. The non-admitted carriers, which are these surplus lines companies, they're all over the country. They take on risks that a lot of our local insurance companies don't want to take on. And so the way that they were brought to the table to contribute to the losses was to add a 3% fee to the policies that they write statewide.
So I am paying a 3% if I buy my insurance from one of those companies.
Yes.
As is someone from Corinth or DeSoto County,
Yes.
anywhere like that.
Yes.
But it all is there to help the Mississippi Gulf Coast Wind Pool Fund.
Yes.
So if we don't make this transition that you're asking for, and our group health insurance for our state employees ends up having to have an appropriation to cover it, I'm then going to have to do that again. Is that correct? I'm going to have to, as a taxpayer, pay for that appropriation.
We had serious discussions as to whether we think this fee should remain intact. And one of the things that we found out in discussing it is if we do away with the 3% fee, that would put our domestic companies at a disadvantage because this fee is added on for the surplus lines. So the last thing we want to do is give a competitive disadvantage to our local companies. So the fee now will go to stabilize our healthcare fund.
Okay. So now the 3% that we're paying all over Mississippi will help every Mississippian fund state employees' insurance.
Yes.
Whereas the wind pool only helps those who live on the Mississippi Gulf Coast.
And,
Is that a
we
good
definitely,
assumption?
we want to help our friends on the coast, and we have analyzed it, and I told you all the people we've heard from our Senate Insurance Committee, and we think with $360 million cash in the bank and their opportunity, a very good wind pool board to buy reinsurance, that they could, and with all the changes that have happened since Hurricane Katrina, like I mentioned to you, the better building codes, the flood insurance policies, the deductibles, that we're taking care of two problems with this shift.
And I agree with you on that, and I think we should help the Mississippi Gulf Coast in their time of trial, which we did. But now the trial seems to be going to every Mississippian if we don't take care of the group health insurance fund for state employees. So what you're telling me is this is a way to do it, and I won't notice a difference.
Yes, it's my understanding from talking to the people who were at the table from our testimony in the Insurance Committee when the non-admitted policy was formed that it was not intended to go this long. We've had multiple repealers that have been extended since that time.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Moran, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Moran, you're recognized.
So if I understand, you're talking about it affects the folks on the coast in the areas that the water would affect them?
You say it affects, what are you referring to?
The wind pool coverage.
Okay. Are you asking me to explain how the wind pool coverage came
Well,
about?
what I'm getting at, I keep hearing, we're talking about the homes being built stronger and to better conditions to be able to withstand the water. I live 12 miles north of the water, 90 feet above sea level. If I get water there, I'm gonna catch on to the ark, we're gonna keep going. But after Katrina, I had Farm Bureau insurance, had Farm Bureau since I was a kid. They put me in the wind pool. They left me, I didn't leave them. Finally was able to work my way out of that and get regular insurance. What I'm saying is, don't think that it's just the people on the water. I'm in Middle Hancock County, and we were all put in the wind pool. So what I'm saying is, don't ever believe there's an if. There is no if. There's when Katrina's sister or brother comes back. Just like there's no if that tornadoes are going to tear up things in this state this year, it's coming. But what I'm scared of, we go to robbing this fund, and all of a sudden we're put back in this wind pool, then those of us that are not on the water are going to have to pay the price for that.
Well, Senator, we're not robbing the fund at all. It's going to continue to have $360 million in it. If we do nothing on this bill right now, this 3% fee will go away and nobody will get the fee. It sunsets this summer.
Well, they were talking about if it dropped down.
We have nothing. It won't go to the health insurance fund. It won't go to the coast.
Okay, so we're talking about if it went down to 250 that it would kick back in, is that?
Yes, sir, every year, and we're going to look at it every year. It would take, I just kind of walked you through what happened on a $130 million storm, Hurricane Zeta. It just cost the fund around a little bit less than $30 million. So we've got a $100 million cushion, plus the monies are invested. They're making something, in 2020, they made $13 million just on their investments. And then they bring in premium income also. That's for the people who buy the actual policies. So that was a $40 million boost to the fund.
I just wanted to make you aware of the fact that it's not just the folks down on the water looking at the beautiful Gulf. 12 miles north, I was put in the wind pool. Wasn't happy about it, but that's what happened.
Yes, sir. I mentioned 6 counties are included in it.
Right.
So that would go even north of you, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Delano, you're recognized for what purpose? You for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Delano, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I just want to say thank you very much for your due diligence in this matter. Ever since I've been involved in the legislature, I've been dealing with windstorm issues, and you have you've impressed me with your knowledge of what's going on, and you've done the due diligence to get there. This is a very difficult issue for people in South Mississippi, and it's very difficult for people who don't live in South Mississippi to understand really what we're talking about here. But you did bring up a number, and I don't have the numbers that we had in our committee hearings with me, but how much revenue does the wind pool generate annually? Do you remember that number off the top of your head?
I don't really know what you mean by generate.
In other words,
some years it could lose money, some years it could make money.
Well, actually, every year it generates revenues off of premiums that are collected.
Okay, that was, and the last audited number we had, it was $27 million in 2020. So $27 million to premium income, and then I mentioned also that it has another $13 million in investment income, so around $40 million in 2020.
Yes, sir. And from the surplus lines revenues that we're talking about here today, that number has generally been around 10, 11 million?
No, it's higher than that. Lately, it's been about 15 to 18 million. What's happening is that it's depopulating, but just like all insurance policies, like my policies, came up, and a lot of times they'll add an increase in your cost of coverage, and it'll cost your premium to go up a little bit. So the fee is based on the premium, so it's going up.
Yes, and this legislature over the past couple of years have diverted $5 to $7 million a year for the rural fire truck program. Is that correct?
My understanding, there have been 3 diversions. 2 of them were to rural fire truck programs, and 1 was a diversion to the capital expense fund about 5 or 6 years ago.
So the point that I'm trying to make here is that the revenue or the actual cash that you're talking about that's in surplus right now is predominantly generated from premiums that are collected in the predominantly 3 coastal counties, but in South Mississippi. And the surplus lines revenues that have been going to help stabilize that fund is a much smaller percentage of the total revenue. So when we talk about, and when people hear of this large amount of cash, that represents premiums that are collected in South Mississippi. I struggle with this bill every year that it comes up. I do also believe that we need to have strong fire truck program, and I do not necessarily like the situation that our constituents are being subjected to with the passage of this bill. But I got to tell you, I think you've done a really good job of trying to minimize the impact that this could have on our plan. And I just ask that you work with us in the future as we move forward.
Thank you. I think we've got a great plan with the base diversion. Again, we would have to have quite a storm to get below the $250 million in net asset value that would cause us to divert the money back to the plan, but I think that's a great stopgap.
Senator Seymour, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Introduction out of order at
Would
the
you
proper time.
Go ahead and introduce now, and we'll go down to Senator England. You'll be next.
With the Senate in the West Gallery, I've got a good friend of mine, Stone County Tax Assessor, Mr. Charles Williams. Will y'all make him feel welcome?
Okay, Senator England, you're recognized for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Question?
Were you for a question, Senator?
Is this Coast Day?
Apparently so.
Yes, every day is Coast Day.
Senator England, you're recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner Michelle. I'm sorry, Chairman Michelle. I appreciate you taking my question. A minute ago, you mentioned something about non-admitted insurers, and their purpose is that they write policies where things are just riskier. They come in and write a policy for higher risks in this state. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, kind of like what we see on the coast with hurricanes and things like that, just riskier places. Yes. Okay. So if the non-admitted insurers are writing riskier policies, do you know where the majority of these non-admitted insurers are currently writing their policies? Are they writing on the coast?
60% of the last graph we had was 60% of the policies are outside the 6 coastal counties.
Would you be, so let me ask you this, when was that study that you just referenced?
2020.
Okay. I recently saw numbers that showed that a majority of the non-admitted insurance policies, so the non-admitted insurer fee that we're talking about here, a majority of those actually come from the bottom 6 counties. Do you disagree with that?
Yes, here's the chart right here. Non-coastal counties, 58.95%.
Okay, and I'm not sure the date, but I am interested in the graph, and I'd like to meet with you and maybe show you some more numbers that would...
It could have changed, yes,
would indicate, right, that...
A couple years old.
Okay, and I think the current numbers that I looked at show that over 50% of these non-admitted insurer fees come from policies written in the lower 6 counties. But I'd be interested in showing you that. I guess my next question is, we've heard a lot of debate about 82 counties versus 6 counties and how that all pans out. But would you agree with me that if a majority of the fees collected are coming from the lower 6 counties, then it might be a good idea to keep in mind that fee goes directly into a wind pool that also benefits those bottom 6 counties in the event of, as Senator Moran mentioned, not if, but when we have another major hurricane on our Mississippi Gulf Coast?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator England. Senator McDaniel, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator McDaniel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Not
President.
from the coast.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Obviously, this issue isn't as common to some of us who aren't on the coast. It's my understanding that there's about $360 million in the wind pool presently.
Yes.
And I guess it stands to reason that the more money that's in there, the less risk the actuaries would see, and perhaps the premiums would reduce. So I guess I'm a bit concerned about taking away the stream of income. And to Senator Polk's argument, and tell me if I'm wrong, and I may be, but to his position that Mississippi would be on the hook. All of us in one way or the other.
The insurance companies would.
Well, but ultimately it falls back on us as well, to a certain extent, because of the nature of the market. But if there is a storm, and there's historical certainty there will be a storm, then we're going to be on the hook either way. Am I wrong to believe that the more money that's in the wind pool, the better off we would be prepared in the event that certainty occurs? Am I wrong to assume that?
But you've got to remember that this board buys reinsurance, so they don't put all that money at risk. Just back in 2014, there was only $205 million in the fund, and they were able to buy plenty of reinsurance to keep everybody happy. And now they're in even a better position, extra $150 million, $160 million in the fund, and the ability to buy as much reinsurance as the board sees fit. And these are all professionals that are in the industry and understand reinsurance and the risks associated. So
Sure.
I feel they are making the best decisions for us.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator McDaniel. Senator McMahon, for what purpose?
An introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
In the South Gallery, I'd ask Gunnar Goad of Tupelo, Mississippi to stand.
I would ask all my colleagues to please make him feel welcome. And
Thank you. Senator McClendon, was that your introduction as well?
Thank you, Mr. President. Question, please.
Were you for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good work on this, and I was going to try to answer Senator England's, one of his questions. Earthquake is one of the non-admitted policies that is written, which is quite a bit in DeSoto County, Marshall County, Tunica County, because we happen to be in the New Madrid fault line up there. And also, is tornadoes covered in this wind pool?
I honestly don't know. I'd have to yield. No, my friends tell me no.
And when MEMA comes in after a tornado to do an assessment, as Lieutenant Governor can witness this, as he did in 2020, if your county has a certain percentage number of insured, MEMA can't pay a dime because of set regulations, and there's no wind pool money to fall back on for those that don't have insurance. It's a state fact. We do know that our state teacher and state employee insurance program will be in the hole. That's fact. We don't know when the next big giant earthquake or big giant hurricane will be. And I think we need to fix an immediate problem before looking into the future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator McClendon. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, Senator Michelle, we're ready for your motion.
Final passage by use of the morning roll call, please, Mr. President.
Senators requested final passage by use of the morning roll calls. Does anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? McDaniel, Moran, Chisholm, Thompson, England, Sojourner, Hill. England, we have you, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's Wiggins, Carter, Delano, DeBar, Bryan. Anyone else? Anyone else? Hill, we got Hill already. Anyone else? See, Barnett. Anyone else? Seeing none, bill passage. Senator, we're on 22.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 22, Senate Bill 2856, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2856, Mississippi Electronic Protection Licensing Act, revised definitions to include a battery charge security fence.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I ask that Senator Williams be recognized to handle the bill.
Senator Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2856, as was just read, is it expands the scope of the Mississippi Electronic Protection Licensing Act to include battery charge security fence. The purpose of this bill is to authorize the permitting of battery-powered alarm security fences as an alarm system. This would streamline the process for permitting and registration in accordance to local laws and all businesses to protect their assets and property in a more timely manner than is currently being done. There's several criteria that are required to fall under this definition. They are: it interfaces with a monitored alarm system. It's located on a property that is designated as a municipality not for residential use. That's not for residential use. It is powered by no more than 12 volts of direct current, surrounded by a non-electric fence that is at least 5 foot tall. This fence will be behind that fence and will be no more than 10 foot tall. It will produce an electric charge that meets industry standards. It is not harmful. It is a safe charge and a very momentary charge. It's marked with signs that are 30 feet apart or less that say warning electric fence. That's a brief explanation of the bill, and I'll yield to any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
I'd like to make a motion to have it passed on the use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? No? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Williams. Chairman Wiggins. Pass. Chairman Bryan. Chairman Bryan. Chairman Bryan. Passes. Chairman Fillingane. Pass. Chairman Barnett. Pass. Chairman Blackwell. Pass. All of these retain their place upon the calendar. Chairman Tate. Chairman Tate is recognized. We're on 29 on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we pass on item number 29 and have its place saved on the calendar.
Item 29, pass, save place on the calendar.
I'd like to go to item number 30, Senate Bill 2413, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2413, elections prohibit spending of private money on communications to electors.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Yes, sir. I'd like to move for the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill does is a simple bill. It's a one-page bill, and all it does is it doesn't allow for any private money to be able to go to the Secretary of State, the Board of Election Commissioners, registrars of voters, Board of Supervisors, or any governing authority over a municipality or county election commission that's in charge with conducting the election. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Jordan, you're recognized for what purpose?
Thank you. I didn't quite understand. Thank you, Mr. President. And I didn't, Senator, the question is, I didn't quite understand. You went over it pretty fast. Give me a little more detail of what it does, what this is about, private money, what do you?
Yes, sir. What this will do is it'll prohibit private money from going to the actual administrators of those that conduct our elections.
Say it again?
What it'll do is it'll block private money from actually going to those that conduct elections.
Is any of that happening now?
Yes, sir, it is. There's several states that have passed laws regarding this.
No, I'm talking about specifically Mississippi. Has it been happening in Mississippi? Not.
Yes, sir, there are cases. I don't have them up here with me right now, but there are cases where this is happening, and several of our southeastern neighbors have already taken action to prohibit this.
That individuals pass monies to during election time?
Right, so this will be no way a hindering of their free speech to be able to, get a commercial ad or anything like that. They just make sure that it doesn't go through the actual government entities that are actually conducting the elections.
And it hasn't been happening in Mississippi, so you all...
No, yes, sir, it has.
Okay. At any great magnitude?
I believe there were a few $100,000 that came through Mississippi in the 2020 election.
And you think that this bill will prevent that?
That's the intent of the bill, yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Senator Jordan. Senator Norwood, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Were you here for a question, Senator Tate?
Yes, sir.
Senator Norwood, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Tate. When you say private, Senator Tate, could you give me some examples of what would constitute private that's relative to the legislation?
So whenever, your election commissioners, your board of supervisors, or your circuit clerks, whenever they go to put on the election, they're using money that's, taxpayer money. And so what we have seen is that there have been some private groups that they either tend to sway to the left or the right. And so what they like to do is go and target certain areas and try to influence the way that the elections are conducted by those administrators. Again, this does not do anything to prohibit them from doing a mail out or commercial or anything like that. It's just to make sure that there's no influence over the people that are actually conducting the election.
And when you say conducting an election, you're talking about election commissioners?
That's right.
Is there anyone else in that?
The board of supervisors, your circuit clerks.
Board of supervisors?
Yes, sir. It's all laid out exactly who it is.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Tate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tate. Senator Hobson, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr.
Will you
President.
yield, Senator Tate?
Yes, sir.
Senator Hobson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I know what the intent is based on your explanation. When you've got language in the bill that says that, for instance, a Board of Supervisor member can't use private donations on communications to potential electors on any aspect of conducting an election, would that entail if you wanted to do a get out the vote flyer?
They could do that. They just couldn't run that through that government entity. So then the government entity then does that get out the vote flyer.
Okay, so this is not the individuals, this is just the governing entity, is that
Yes,
correct?
sir, that is correct.
Do you have, okay, Board of Supervisors would include the entire board, that would not be construed to mean the individual supervisors?
Right, it'd be the board as a whole voting to take this money and then spending it on the conducting the elections. And I'll tell you that Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, Texas have all passed similar legislation, and right now legislation is also pending in Alabama, Kentucky, and South Carolina, and Oklahoma. Along with other states. That's just the southeastern ones.
Okay, this is the same language they've used in those states?
It prohibits private money from being able to conduct elections.
I understand, yeah, I understand, I've got no problem with the intent, just the language of that it says the Board of Supervisors, for instance, after that it says governing authorities of municipalities, county elections, county election commissioners, et cetera. And I just wonder if there'd be any way to construe that to mean individual supervisors could not do a get out the vote or a, show up to vote kind of campaign mailer.
I would read it as Board of Supervisors, being the board, but that's how I would read it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Senator, thank you very much. Senator Simmons, with D, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you for a question, Senator Tate?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. How, if at all, would this language affect primaries in the state of Mississippi?
Well, hopefully it wouldn't. Hopefully, the primaries are conducted by the counties. I know that executive committees are over it, but the money that's used for Republican and Democratic primaries is that through the counties.
So for a Republican primary, if they wanted to do voter education or voter outreach, and they wanted to get money, say from the Koch brothers, for that effort, they couldn't actually get money just for the primary, not general.
That's right. No. In other words, they couldn't use that money and use it themselves. So like you said, the Koch brothers, if the Koch brothers wanted to, on their own, do any type of research, that's fine. But actually funneling that through the people that are actually administrating the election, that's what this bill addresses.
Yeah. I guess my question is trying to show the difference between primaries and general elections, where you want general elections to be, it's not basically run by either party, but the primaries are a little different. Would you agree with me as chairman of elections that the primaries are a little different than the general election?
They are a little different, yes, sir.
Okay. But the language here...
It's for all elections.
It's for all elections. Thank you for yielding, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing, one moment, please.
Good. You good?
Senator Blackman, you're recognized for what purpose, ma'am?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Blackman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe you said that this had occurred in the 2020 elections.
That's what I understand, yes, ma'am.
And where did it occur?
From what I understand, there was a county in the central part of the state, and there was also a county in the southeastern part of the state that took some of this money and private money.
Do we know what private entity this was?
No, ma'am.
And were these the election commissioners, the boards of supervisors?
That's the way that I understand it, yes, ma'am.
The election?
The election commissioners, that's the way I understand it, yes, ma'am.
And what did they do with the money?
I believe they spent it on things that had nothing to do with an election. I mean, I could get into the speculating of all that, but regardless whether what happened and how it happened, I do believe that it did happen. This is just to prevent something worse to happen in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blackman. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, we're on the committee substitute. So we make a motion, Senator, on adopting the community?
I move to adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. No, nay. All opposed, please signify by saying nay. All right, the ayes have it. We're on the committee substitute. Ready for your, we're on the bill.
I
Ready
move
your
for passage by morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Simmons, Norwood, Frazier, Jackson, Butler, Jordan, Blackman, Turner, Simmons with the S, Thomas. Anyone else? Barnett. And Barnett, please, Mr. Clerk. Anyone else? Anyone else? Any presents? Anyone present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on to 31, Senator.
Yes, sir. I asked the title be, let's see here. We're on 30.
Yeah, we finished 30. We'll be on 31, Senator Tate.
I
If you
guess
wanna
we
bring that
ask,
one up.
we'll ask for the rest to be, retain their place on the calendar.
Retain their place on the calendar. Going further on the calendar, next page, we get to Senator Branning. Senator Branning passes. That's 33 and 34. They retain their place upon the calendar. Senator Moran? Senator Moran? Senator Moran passes on 35. Chairman DeBar? Chairman DeBar, we're on 36.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call on item 36, have the title read.
Mr. Chairman, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2415, Mississippi Adequate Education Program, bring forward statutes for possible amendment.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move for adoption of the committee sub, but I'd like to explain the committee sub.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just bringing forward the code sections on MAEP. It has a reverse repealer in it. We've discussed in the committee and throughout the years I've been here, discussed going from things like average daily membership or average daily attendance to average daily membership or enrollment. And so we're just keeping this bill alive, hoping to get it in a conference. Not even sure if the House will bring it forward. But this is just an option to keep it going. This is a vehicle to see if we can make some of those changes that we've all talked about. I will not bring a bill back to this floor that is going to hurt our schools, our school districts. But it's just a vehicle to try to keep things alive, to keep the conversation going and see what we can get out through this session. So with that, Mr. President, I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Move for adoption of the committee sub.
Motion made for adoption of the committee, so all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're ready for your bill.
Move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? We should be, of course, voting no. No. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Barr. Senator Parks. Senator Parks. We're on 37.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up that Senate Bill 2690 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2690, Collegiate Athletics Compensation Act and the Mississippi Uniform Agents Act, bring forward sections.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
As you all know, we passed the NIL bill last year. We knew that we would probably have to bring it back and do a little work this year, so what we're doing is just simply bringing the code section forward so that we can continue to keep this moving and waiting to see how our other surrounding states work through this in the coming months, and so this will keep our universities competitive as possible. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Suggest passage on the morning roll call.
Morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Which will be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes 38. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call that item up, Senate Bill 2700, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2700, University Construction Projects Extend Repeal on authority of IHL Board to administer.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
All this bill is simply doing is giving the authority that of those projects that are currently underway, they'll be completed by June 30th. These are the original IHO requests that were being managed by the state bond-funded projects. So we're just asking that we keep this, give this opportunity open for our universities to complete their projects. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing no questions, we're ready, Senator.
Suggest passage on the morning roll call.
Senator requests utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? We should be, of course, voting no. No. Present? None. The bill passes. Thank you, Senator Sparks. We go to Chairman Younger. Chairman Younger, you're recognized on 39.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 39 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2002, Mississippi Grain Producer Indemnity Act, enact.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Younger.
This is Senate Bill 2002. This is the Mississippi Grain Indemnity Fund bill. And this bill was brought up to protect for the future of losses that farmers have endured over the big express grain that many of you have heard about. They took a beating. They took their crops to the elevator, and then the elevator filed bankruptcy, and they didn't get a darn thing for their crops. Could you imagine going through Christmas, just not being able to have anything? But anyway, this really hits home to me because I understand what they're going through. The bill creates a voluntary indemnity fund governed by a board of farmers and housed at the Department of Insurance. The fund will receive monies from a voluntary assessment of 2% of the market price on all grain per bushel. These funds will be collected in a similar manner as the other checkoff programs. They're talking about the soybean checkoff program. It's a 0.5%, and the corn, I believe, is $1 per bushel for but that's federal. We're talking about state here. The farmers under this bill would have the ability to opt out if they don't want to choose to be a part of this. They don't have to be. They would not receive the protection provided, though, if they opt out. The state will have no general funds aside from the startup cost unless there's a failure before the fund reaches $20 million in the fund. It will be strictly farmer-funded and farmer-led. Mississippi would become the 16th state to enact such protections from farmers from bad actors as the Express Grain did. If there's any questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator Jordan. You're recognized for a question, Senator Jordan.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, this is a good bill because I live in the middle of the area where that has happened. How much resources would this produce to distribute if they had some similar to what we had this past season?
We're not really sure what it's going to produce because it's a voluntary plan, but we got to do something. So I agree. Trying to pass this, and it affected a couple of farmers I know in my area.
Yes, it affected practically all of them in my area. So
yes,
I'm concerned about it. But I just want to know because actually farmers work hard and they didn't get anything for their crops is terrible. I've lived through that and not getting anything out of settlement, so I know what Christmas means to you when you don't get anything, and you
That's
work
right.
hard the whole year. So I'm hopeful and grateful that you're coming up with this bill, and I just want to let you know I appreciate it.
And
Thank you,
the
Mr.
farmers
Chairman.
did invent gambling before Senator Gilat did.
I'm not talking about gambling, I'm talking about farming.
Well,
Okay.
farming is gambling, Senator Jordan, you know that.
Well, you can call it that, but it's farming.
It is. Thank you.
You bet.
sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question,
For you
please.
for a question, Senator Younger.
Yes, sir, I do.
Please proceed, Senator Hill.
Thank you for the answering the question. Have y'all taken any kind of like informal poll as to like how many people might want to voluntarily participate in the program?
We had a gentleman over here from Arkansas at the ag hearing, and he told us that he thought 80% would participate. I think that's a high number, but that's what he claims.
I just wanted to make sure that if there's going to be a board created, hire a lawyer, pay per diem, that there's going to be, you know, participation, enough participation to pay for that, since there's no startup money.
It is a board. The board will be, let's see right here. It will be, it'll be appointed by the governor, will appoint some of the board members, the farmers.
It says they can get per diem for travel, and they're going to either hire a part-time or a full-time lawyer, so that's just my concern, that how it's going to get started, if it's all voluntary, and if there's going to be enough to cover the fees that we're putting in here that we're allowing this board to spend.
Where is it? I have it written down here somewhere. The board will declare a failure, then the producers will have 90 days to make a claim. The board, how they appoint the board. Okay, the board members, there's 3 members appointed by the governor who are grain producers participating in the program. And then from each state Supreme Court districts, 2 members appointed by the lieutenant governor will be in the program, will be on the board.
Okay.
It's in section 4 of the bill.
Yeah, line 17 says that they could employ a full-time or part-time basis qualified staff attorney and such other staff as may deem necessary to carry out the purposes of the act. And I thought I read somewhere further up in the bill that there was, the members of the board appointed on lines 105 shall receive travel reimbursement for travel expenses as provided in section 25-341 for expenses incurred carrying out the duties. I just wanted to make sure that if this is a voluntary thing, that there's going to be enough funds in there to cover the expenses of the board and hiring an attorney to carry out that was just my thought, because there's no startup money in here.
That's right. We sure hope so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McDaniel, for what purpose?
Question, Mr.
For
President.
you for a question, Senator Younger.
Yes, sir.
Senator McDaniel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, I think we're on the same page here. I want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding that the program is completely voluntary, right? We're not forcing farmers to comply. And they're going to make donations into a fund. That fund will then be used to buy insurance in case there's some failure like there was.
It'll be like a trust fund, sort of.
Right, gotcha. And no state monies are going to be placed into that fund. It's purely just the voluntary funds, right?
I think of it, from my understanding, if it doesn't build up enough before 20 million, the state will pitch in 5 million out of the general fund.
Okay. What do you anticipate about that? Is that, you've probably talked to people in the community. I mean, you have to have some understanding of the chances of that occurring. Are you comfortable that there'll be enough money, or?
You know, if we have another incident like Express Grain, it's going to take a while for this to build up.
Right.
But something's better than nothing.
Yes, sir, I understand. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator McDaniel. Other questions? Other questions? Senator Norwood, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator
Thank you,
Norwood.
Mr. President. Senator Younger, is there any reason authority couldn't be given to the Department of Agriculture to handle this or govern this?
Well, I think we're doing the best. I think we're doing the best way. I think the Department of Agriculture has a lot on their hands, and I think our bill is better than, I think there's another bill on the other side, but I think our bill is better than that.
But I mean, we're talking about a legal authority, but the Department of Agriculture would have more legal authority than a volunteer organization.
Well, our Department of Agriculture issued the license to operate to Express Grain.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, I think we're ready.
Make the usual motion to pass this on the morning roll call.
Some morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator, we're on number 40.
I'd like to have the title called up and read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title, number 40.
Senate Bill number 20.
Senator Simmons?
Mr. President, I'd like to be co-sponsor on the last bill.
Okay, I didn't see your light. I'm sorry. Senator Simmons. Anyone else? Jackson, S. Simmons, Jordan, McClendon, Joseph,
Thomas.
Barnett. Anyone else? Anyone? Oh, yes. Hickman. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing no objections granted, we're on number 40. You recognize Senator Younger.
I'd like to have the title called up and read,
Mr. Clerk,
please.
please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2007, honey, revised definition of for purposes of labeling requirements enforced by the Mississippi Department of Agriculture.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Younger.
I'd like to yield and let Senator McCon explain his honey bill.
McCon, you're
Thank you.
recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. I brought two products up here that I'm going to put before you. One of them is a pure raw honey product. The other one is an infused product. These bills were brought forth, or this language is brought forth, by and through some of the beekeepers within our state and the association along with Farm Bureau. Essentially what we're doing, we're laying out true definitions for the products that are out there. If you will look within the bill, you'll see that honey is defined as the sweet syrupy substance produced by honeybees from the nectar of plants, including honeydew, which the bees collect, transform, deposit, dehydrate, and store ripened and matured in the honeycomb. That's the definition of straight honey. That's all we're trying to do is get that in the code. But now what's happened is you have an infused product that's come about. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a great product. But this product right here has been infused with lemon oil, lemon flavoring, whatever it may be. And you'll find that there are cinnamon products out there. You will find that there's vanilla products out there. Unfortunately, our definitions did not provide for those beekeepers who are producing these products to actually sell them within our state. And unfortunately, there have been some of these products taken off the shelves. This product itself actually has the language on it, a delicate blend of our sweet raw honey and natural lemon flavor. If you go in the bill, you'll look at line 32. And what we've got is we have the definition for an adulterated or artificial honey product. Any product consisting of honey and a sweetener cannot be labeled as honey. You'll find that there are still people that do put high fructose corn syrup within the honey and sell on it as honey. We want to be sure that doesn't happen because these bees work way too hard to make this. Within a lifetime, a bee will produce 1/12 of a teaspoon of honey. That's working, so it's important for us to have that. Lastly, as you look in the bill itself, number 44, line 44, talks about this product right here, and it's called value-added honey. And what that is, it's saying they're taking a natural product such as lemon flavor, and they're infusing that honey with that. So our code section's been brought forward for the purpose of providing those definitions. In the last part of that bill, you'll see lab-grown honey. Believe it or not, it exists, and it exists in our nation. So what we want to do is be sure to protect the product and make sure the safety of the products out there so our people are not misled. So we have honey, adulterated honey, infused products, and then lab-grown honey. I would yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready, Senator.
I would move for final passage on the afternoon, or the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator has requested utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Should be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none. Senator Younger, you're recognized. We're on 41.
I'd like to call up the item number and have it title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2479, Mississippi Grain Warehouse and Grain Dealers Licensure Law, revised and combined into grain handler license.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Younger.
Senate Bill 2479 is to update the Mississippi grain elevator licensing laws, which have not been updated since the 70s and the 80s. The bill combines the grain dealer and the warehouse license into one grain handler's license. It then creates three classes of grain handlers. All of those over 500,000 bushels of grain handled per year would now be required to get a license by the USDA. And this makes great sense because when a farmer gets through planting, he has to go to the USDA office, FSA, Farmer Service Agency. He has to report everything he's done, the amount of acres, what date he planted it on, and everything else. And then his crop insurance goes to the USDA or to the FSA office if the farmer okays it, and he gets all this information. So it's all federal government related. But anyway, those between 50,000 and 500,000 would have the option between a federal or a state license. And all those under 50,000 would no longer be required to have a license. The purpose of this is to move the large elevators to a more scrutinized federal license. We also added a slow pay reporting mechanism to the law to allow producers to notify the Department of Agriculture of an elevator not paying on time. It would require the Department of Agriculture to investigate and report the findings within 10 days. And we increased the fines for violations of the licensure law. If there's no questions, or if there are any questions, I'll yield for
Okay,
questions.
questions on the bill. Questions on the bill. Seeing none, I think we're ready, Senator.
We have to adopt the committee sub.
Committee sub,
too.
that's correct. That's correct. Your motion would be to adopt the committee sub.
Motion to adopt committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right, we're final.
If there are no other questions, I make use of the morning roll call.
Senators requested utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Seeing none. Anyone reported as voting no? Present. McDaniel present. Hill present. Sojourner present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Chairman Fillingham, we're on 42.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get the item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2224, arrest warrants, authorize electronic signatures.
Make the usual motion.
Yes, Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you would recognize Senator Blackwell to handle the bill.
Senator Blackwell, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. This is a bill we passed last year. It simply allows law enforcement to apply for an electronic warrant, search warrant. We already have it in law that electronic arrest warrants are allowed, and all this does is make the search warrant, the judge be able to sign it electronically. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready.
I move for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves for passage by utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Rest be accorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you. 43. Senator Fillingham, pass on 43. I don't have her on here. Senator Boyd, for what purpose you seek recognition?
I ask permission to be added as a co-sponsor.
On 2224, co-sponsor on 2224. Anyone else? Anyone else? I'm sorry, I didn't see him back there. Senator Younger, I see you. Anyone else? Seeing no objection, permission is granted. We're on 43, retains its place on the calendar. Thank you, Senator Fillingane. 44, retains its place on the calendar. 45, Senator Wiggins. Pass. 46, Chairman Polk. Pass. 46, 47, 48, retain their place on the calendar. Chairman Chasnow. Chairman Chasnow, we're on 49.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item, call it up, and ask the title be
Mr.
read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2092, Mississippi Development Authority, require periodic peer review of effectiveness of tourism advertising fund expenditures.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Chasnow.
This is a bill that was requested by the peer committee. Some of you who were here prior to this current term remember that we were able to get funding through a diversion of restaurant and hotel taxes to help with advertising for the Tourism Advertising Fund. And there will be additional monies collected within this next year. I can give you some numbers briefly that the fund has received approximately $10.5 million, with approximately $7.3 million of this amount received in fiscal year 2021. In fiscal year 2022, the percentage of sales tax revenue collected from restaurants and hotels will increase from 2% to 3%, and the amount received by the fund is anticipated to increase. This is simply to make sure that eyeballs are on this money, which I have no problem with that at all. The peer committee will contract, and may contract, it didn't say they have to, but may contract with a private entity to conduct the review of all or any part of this contract. And MDA will have to pay for this in an amount not to exceed $100,000. And I think it's a good bill, and if there are no questions, I move passage on the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senators requested passage on use of morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Chasnow. Senator Barr. We're on 50.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2425, State Superintendent of Public Education, IHL Commissioner and Director of the Community College Board, set maximum salaries.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Move for adoption of the committee sub and be asked to explain the bill.
You're recognized to explain this committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee sub before you provides that the salaries of the state superintendent, the commissioner of IHL, and the director of the community college board will be reduced to $250,000 upon their leaving of that office. There will be an amendment put forth, I believe, here by Senator Parker, which will remove the IHL commissioner and make the salaries basically effective, the reduction effective upon the new contracts. The reason I think that'll be a good amendment as it comes forward, and I just want to explain everything to the body now, is that since we passed it out of committee, we've got some more information that the IHL commissioner really is not at the top of the pay scales around our southeastern average around our country. It's more in the middle of it. And there's just a lot more factors going into the IHL commissioners. And so when I discussed it with them, we talked about how they will come up with a plan within the next year in which their salary will be modified to reflect more of what would be in line with what we would think here in Mississippi. So what the committee said before you reduces it to $250 upon removal or leaving of that office. And like I said, there'll be amendment, I think, coming forward by Senator Parker, which does remove IHL commissioner and does make the reduction in that salary upon the end of that current contract. So with that, I'll yield for any questions, Mr. President.
Okay, questions on the committee substitute. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
Well, you yield, Senator. Senator Hill, you recognize.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm looking at lines 18, 19, and 20 and 21. When does our state superintendent's contract come up?
The state superintendent works at the will and pleasure of the state board.
The will and pleasure of the state board, so there's no set contract date.
There is not.
So this bill, as it's written, says that such superintendent's period of employment, and until that period of employment ends, they will continue making what they're making right now. So that could be indefinitely based on the way this language is written, correct?
They serve at the will and pleasure of the state board, correct?
So, yeah, so we're passing a bill that may not do anything in the next 10 years if they continue to keep the current superintendent for 10 more years.
That is correct. I think that's on the state board. They understand what we here, at least in the Senate, think about the salaries.
But they've known that for a long time, and they hadn't done anything about it, right?
That's why we have the bill before us today.
But this bill doesn't make them really do anything, does it?
With the amendment by Senator Parker talks about the new contracts. I understand there's no contract with the state superintendent.
So what do they do, just year after year? Say you're employed another year, or until they send some letter that says you're terminated? Is that how that works?
She serves until, the state superintendent serves at the will and pleasure of the state board.
And you're an attorney, so how would they approach that person to terminate employment?
I'm just speculating here, and I've not served as the state superintendent, their school board's attorney. My guess is a majority of the board would have to remove that person if they're serving at the will and pleasure.
Okay, so we're passing a bill that makes the public think we're reducing this salary, and we're really not reducing the salary at all, are we?
This allows for it being reduced to $250. Yes, it does.
I'm glad I read this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Polk.
Question for clarification.
Will you yield, Senator? Senator
Yes,
Polk,
I
you're
do.
recognized.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Just to help me be clear, right now we have an interim director of the Community College Board.
That's correct.
So as long as he is there, salary's not an issue. But if they appoint a new director, this law would go into effect for that position, even if it is the current interim director. Is that correct?
This law would go into effect July 1st. So if they hire him before July 1st, that may not be the case.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, does this mean that the state superintendent's salary is frozen at $250,000?
This means that, as the committee sub before you indicates, that the state superintendent's salary will be reduced to $250,000 when the new state superintendent takes that position. Correct.
Oh, I knew.
Yes.
So whatever her salary is now, she remains to get it.
Correct.
If it's above the $250,000.
If it's above, correct. Yes, you are.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Okay, we're ready on your motion before the amendment.
Move for adoption of the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your work on this. And fortunately, Senator Barr has already explained a good portion of the amendment. It's hopefully on the screen now. I'll go through and I'll explain it to you and tell you exactly what that does. On line 19, I think this gets to Senator Hill's point. It will insert the following language after the year 2021. It'll put until his contract term ends. The language in this statute was already male. I would have preferred maybe some change to his or her, but we're just keeping the same pronoun kind of reference there. Then after amend on line 20, we would strike
the date that such superintendent's period of employment as superintendent ends, and would insert instead expiration date of such superintendent's contract term that was active on July 1 of 2021. Senator Barr also mentioned that Section 2 regarding IHL would be deleted in its entirety. And then on line 150, before the period, we would also insert until his contract term ends for the community college board president. And we would delete the words, the date that such director's term of employment as director ends, and insert the expiration date of such director's contract term that was effective on July 1, 2021. Again, as another senator mentioned a moment ago, we do not have a current community college board president, so there is not someone who will actively on July 1, 2021 be subject to this, so whoever is hired to fill that space next time would be subject to this limit. When our previous community college board president left office, the salary she was making was approaching $300,000. It did not start at that, but it went up to that at the time where she left. So in kind of just summary of this here, the intent of this, we've made a commitment to our teachers this year to bring our teacher salaries up to the southeastern average. I think we should also as a body be reflective of the fact that we should be working to also get our superintendent salary to be equal to the southeastern average. I feel personally we've been well above that average number for quite some time, and I believe that number I wasn't able to get all the numbers together for this, I believe that number to be somewhere near 200,000, and I believe the number for the U.S. as a whole to be somewhere closer to 180,000. So I feel like Senator Barr's recommendation of 250,000 puts us still above the southeastern average, and I want to send the message, I think, from this body that we value our teachers, we value our administration, but we value them equally, and we want to work to keep them at that average together. So that's an explanation of my amendment. I hope, too, in this amendment to keep the dialogue alive. In putting this amendment together, I was concerned that in the crafting of the amendment with our Chair of Education, that we could craft it in such a way that we could ensure there not be consideration on the House side. I feel fairly confident that in this form we can at least get it to a discussion point and move forward with it. I feel like if we go beyond certain levels, we risk the chance of not getting past the door over there. So again, be glad to answer any questions on my amendment.
Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also, what are you saying that we have been paying our superintendents more than the Southeast average?
Yes, sir, Senator. I believe that number is about $370,000 a year in salary.
And the Southeast average is have not been that much?
No, sir. It's in fact.
So we were way overboard in paying that amount to the superintendent. Our teachers have never been able to reach that point, have they?
Right, and I feel that we can get some excellent candidates for the proposed amount that Senator DeBar has here. I think we have, that applicant pool that we're not limiting ourselves to with this. But I do feel the commitment to our teachers works both ways, and our administrative leaders should be held to the southeastern average, just like we've been working hard to get our teachers to the southeastern average.
I agree. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Any other questions? We're on the amendment, Senator.
If there are no further questions, my motion would be move adoption of the amendment.
Adoption of the amendment has been requested. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the bill, Senator DeBar.
If there are no more questions, move for adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator Norwood, for what purpose you seek recognition?
A question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator? Please proceed, Senator Norwood.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Barr. Thank you for your work in this effort. I just want to ask a question regarding the provision in the law that the state superintendent would be afforded a salary, a percentage of what the IHL commissioner is paying. Are we going to address that? Is that addressed, or would there be a need to address that with this legislation?
By passing that amendment, we remove the IHL commissioner. We're going to intend on studying that over the off session. I'm working with IHL commissioner's staff to determine what is an more appropriate salary. Maybe they'll make that change on their own. If not, then we'll be back here next year to discuss it, yes.
No, what I'm saying is that the state superintendent of education salary it was basically governed by what the commissioner of IHL salary is. So I'm saying, will this legislation address that, or would there be need for further directives to make that not applicable?
Well, the bill indicates that state superintendent be reduced or capped out at $250,000. That's irrespective of what the IHL commissioner makes.
Okay. So there will be no association as far as that's concerned?
None at this time. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Barr.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Simmons, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman DeBar, for yielding. Would you look at the lines 117 through 119 of the committee sub? And I think this deals with the board of the community college. And I know we probably have throughout our existing law where a lot of our boards and commissions have been selected by 5 congressional districts. But since this bill is before us and as it moves through the process, will you look at that, Mr. Chairman?
Correct. I'll get with the chairman of universities and colleges and so forth. This is kind of outside my purview as K through 12 education, but I think with if it makes it through the process, once it leaves here, that could be something we address, yes.
Thank you so much for your leadership, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the proper time.
Okay, it'll be the proper time, Senator. Because we don't have any other further questions, so go ahead and submit your amendment, please.
I'll go ahead and explain.
Okay, they're still drafting on this amendment. I did not realize this bill had been changed after it passed education, or I would have had this amendment ready, and I apologize for that. But basically what my amendment is going to do is going to set the state superintendent of education's salary to track within 10% of the national average, and I believe that national average is about $180,000 right now. So that would give the board some leeway to, bargain, but it would require that to be close to the national average, 10% of the national average, and it would go into effect July 1. It wouldn't be like in perpetuity, we might have something or we might not, but this would make it go into effect then. If the person wants to work for that amount of money, they can work for that amount of money. If they don't, we can find somebody else. And what it also does is reduces that community college salary, because that's just a regulatory board, down to 150. Doesn't mess with IHL.
One moment, please. Do we have it up on the screen?
We don't have it yet.
We don't have it.
I hope so. And I also would add that I've been filing this bill for about 10 years because the teachers are appalled that Mississippi's the poorest state in the nation, and we pay our superintendent the highest of any state. They don't like it. It makes them feel defeated. And, it's past time that we do something about it. And I appreciate Senator DeBar so much for bringing this bill up. And I appreciate Senator Parker trying to improve on it. But I just feel like there's no point passing this thing if we don't ever know if it's going to go into effect. So I'm trying to make this thing happen. And I hope that you all would agree. And I think the chairman does not oppose my amendment, if I'm correct. I'm not speaking for him, but maybe I am.
Okay, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand in recess subject to call of the chair.
And in recess, subject to call of the chair, anticipate approximately 10 minutes. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay. Call the Senate back to order. We have an amendment. Senator Hill. Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. After consultation with the chair on this, where we were going to have, say, it track within 10% of the national average, chair felt better to track it within 10% of the southeast average because the southeast averages are a little more than the national averages. So that would be around $250,000 or close to it. And on line 153, where we're talking about the community colleges, that would go from 250 to 200.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, we have a line through here not typewritten. Would you please read the amendment?
Amend on line 20 by striking date to such superintendent's period of employment as superintendent ends and inserting in lieu thereof July 1st, 2022. Amend on line 23 by striking and shall not exceed $250,000 per year and inserting in lieu there and shall be within 10% of the southeast average of the salary of state superintendents. Amend on line 153 by striking $250,000 and inserting $200,000.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Simmons, for what purpose? Senator Simmons.
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. I had a question before we recessed, subject to call, and my question was, your amendment is trying to reduce the $250,000 that was proposed in the committee sub to $180,000?
No, that was my original thought, but once I consulted with the chair and looked at the southeast salaries, they track higher than the national average. So my main point is I want it to take effect now instead of maybe 5 years, maybe 10 years, whenever we finally have a change of command. So the main thing my amendment does is makes it effect July 1, 2022.
So the $250,000 that was in the committee sub, that stays the same?
Yeah, my amendment says it would track within 10% of the southeast average, and that is about $250,000, so it could potentially be even maybe a little higher than that. But it would give them flexibility to better hire somebody. So it really doesn't change that much. It just makes it track. Like if the southeast average goes up, ours would go up. Southeast average, it would have to track within 10% of the southeast average, which is around $250,000.
So if your amendment passes, the intent of your amendment is to maintain the $250,000, but also track it up or down 10% of the southeastern average?
It would track within 10% of the southeast average.
Up or down?
Up or down.
Thank you for your Senator.
And it would also take effect July 1. See, I wanted to make sure we didn't get out of sync again, okay? Because we're so far out of sync now that if we make it track within what the average salaries are of the southeast, then we won't get so far out of the whack as we are. And that's, a strange way to put it, but we're just so far out of the loop in where our salary is now that we don't want it to be that much inflated again, because things change, things go up and down with inflation. So my main goal is to make it effective July 1. I don't care about the $250,000. I just want something done.
Well,
if you want to amend my amendment, you can just say $250,000. I'm fine with that. I just want it to take effect July 1.
But I guess, Senator Hill, this is the amendment that you have before us now, but for you to say you don't care about the 250, when you originally said 180, I was trying to figure out
Well, 180 is the national average, and I would like it to be 180, but the chair said that he felt like it would not have much chance on the House side if we did it that way, so that's why I went and put it in the south track with the southeast average.
Thank you for your decision. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other questions?
Yes, we do. We have several, Senator. We'll start with Senator Parker. For what purpose, Senator Parker?
Question, Mr. President.
Please proceed, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, first of all, for introducing this bill for so many years in a row. I think perhaps you and I and many members of this chamber are just so happy today to see this in a forum where we're actually discussing it, and it's actually in front of us today. Over the last 10 years when you introduced this bill, have you noticed resistance to this bill coming from the House side, from the Senate side, or have, as someone who's authored it, where have you felt most of the pushback against this bill?
I'm assuming it came from leadership until we got a new leader up here. That's just my assumption.
Right, so have you had any, and I do appreciate our leadership on this bill, and again, to the point I mentioned a moment ago, I'm very glad we are discussing this today. My concern is what you alluded to a moment ago. I don't want to miss an opportunity to take action on this and act in a way where the amendment that's passed jeopardizes the discussion on the bill continuing past this. In your time here, have we sometimes made an amendment to a bill and passed it to the House and had a bill not be considered because of the amendment?
Well, the House has the opportunity to amend something any way they want to. They've got a vehicle. If they want to change the salary, they can change it. If they want to use this amendment as an excuse to kill the bill, maybe they were going to kill the bill anyway. But I've seen too many bills pass through this chamber. It look like they're doing something, but they're really not doing much at all, except a press release. And I want this bill to actually do something. I want an effective date. I don't want it sitting out there in limbo in perpetuity saying that maybe whenever they no longer want the will and pleasure of the person that's in the job now, then maybe one day down the road, sometime we might reduce this salary. That's my concern.
Right, and that's my concern. And would it surprise you to hear that I just learned in about the last 24 hours that the Superintendent of Education serves at the will and pleasure and did not have a contract end? I wasn't aware of that. Were you aware of that?
I've heard it both ways since I've been here. It once was statutory, and then it was changed and allowed the board to make the decision. So I'm assuming that's when they thought the board was going to do something, when they changed the statute and gave it to the board, and like the board was going to do something, and that's been many, many years ago, and they still have not done anything. So
right, and I'm with you in the sense that I would like it to be time certain as well. I just don't know in our quick discussion on this what time certain means and what would be the best way to do that. So I look forward to hearing Chairman of Education's opinion on the amendment here, but I want you to know I share the exact concerns you do. I think you and I have had this same concern since we stood here debating the confirming motion for our current superintendent and had our concerns about the salary at that time.
Well, honestly, I don't care who's in the seat. The salary's too high for Mississippi.
And I agree wholeheartedly.
And we need to reduce it, and we don't need to let it sit out here forever and a day, lingering around for the board to decide to do something, because really this doesn't do anything that they don't already honestly have the authority to do.
Again, thank you for your work on this, and I look forward to hearing the comments of our chairman.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator Polk, you're recognized for what purpose?
A question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Kind of technical here, just to make sure I understand. When you say 10% of the national average,
But Southeast average now.
Southeast average. What you're saying is it could be as low as 10% below the average, or as high as 10% over the average, or anywhere in between.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions on the amendment? Senator Simmons, you're recognized for what purpose?
A question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator. Senator Hill, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Simmons, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just got a hypothetical. If the Southeastern average is 300,000, 10% of 300,000 is 30,000.
But it's not.
No, I'm just saying. And so 30,000 from 300,000, 10% of that is 270. Could you look at the second paragraph of your amendment on the second line where you say it shall not exceed 250,000? So
Striking that, amend line 23 by striking and shall not exceed $250,000 per year and inserting in lieu of and shall be within 10% of the southeast average of the salary of state superintendents.
okay, so we're gonna completely take the 250 out and just put the 10% language.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions on the amendment? Senator Barr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I share Senator Hill's frustration with some of the salaries we have in our government, especially with the two we're talking about here. I have no issues with the second and third paragraphs of the amendment. I kind of have a problem, I do have a problem with making it effective July 1 of 2022. What we're doing by saying this is I think we're interfering with the relationship of a board and the person that they hire. Whether you'd like or do not like the person that's in that position, they're here based on an agreement between that board. For us to change that now, I believe, would be disingenuous on our part to bring someone in to have that position and run the district like they have a school, our state district like we have. I believe the committee sub that we passed, that Senator Parker amended, is a good bill the way it is. It'll work its way through the process, if it does, depending on what happens on the other side, if it makes it through this chamber. You know, I think the person that's in this position now could be there for 20 years. We don't know that, but that is just the way the process has worked to this point. And so for us to change it now, after that person's been here doing the job, I think that'd be bad faith on our part. And so, like I said, the second and third amendments are good. The first one I just can't support. And so based on that, I ask you to vote no on the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Questions? Seeing none. Pardon me, you want to speak on the amendment?
I think some of my colleagues would like a roll call on the amendment.
We hadn't called it yet. Pardon me? Yeah, it would be, that's correct, it'd be 6, Mr. Secretary, if you'd have, we need to stand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Anyone else? Anyone else? No. Okay. Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Please proceed, Senator. We're back on the bill.
If there are no further questions, I ask for passage by use for the morning roll call.
Does anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present Hill. No Hobson. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, bill passes, and Senator Barr on 51.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's skip that item, ask that it retain its place on the calendar. Go to the next item, have a title read, please.
51 retains its place upon the calendar. 52, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2428, District of Innovation Task Force of 2022, create.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I ask that you recognize Senator Johnson to explain the
Senator
bill.
Johnson, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill sets up a study committee for districts of innovation. It would review and make recommendations on best practices for districts that are interested in distance learning or modified school calendar, and that is an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, ready for your motion, Senator.
Move passage using the morning roll call.
Use passage using the morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Johnson. We're on 53, Senator DeBar.
Ask that that item be skipped and retain its place on the calendar.
Yep, and retain its place on the calendar. Chairman McDaniel. Chairman McDaniel passes. Chairman Polk. Chairman Polk passes 55, 56, 57, 58, retain their place on the calendar. Chairman Fillingane. Pass. Chairman 59 retains his place on the calendar. Chairman Wiggins. Chairman Wiggins is recognized. We're on number 60 on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, go to item number 60, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2338, DHS Fraud Investigation Unit required to report certain suspected civil or criminal violation to the state auditor.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Real simple bill. We passed this this bill last year to create the Fraud Investigation Unit within DHS. Was contacted by the state auditor after that was passed to tighten up the language dealing with suspected embezzlement fraud of funds within that and within the DHS, and the operative language is on line 33, where what it says is that the DHS, that unit shall report to the Office of the State Auditor anything related to fraud or embezzlement. And that's what the bill does.
Thank you, Senator. Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Move passage on the morning roll call.
First, we have to adopt the committee substitute, sir.
Oh.
Yep.
Sorry, Mr. President. Move adoption of the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready.
Move passage on the morning roll call.
This morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Question voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan passes. Item 61 retains its place on the calendar. Mr. Chairman Wiggins, we're back to you on 62.
I'd ask that we skip over 62, retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 63.
62.
Call that up, ask the title be read.
62 retains its place upon the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title. 62.
Senate Bill number 2623, involuntary civil commitments to limit counties' liability for cost of medical treatment.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we do have an amendment. This is Senator Thompson's bill, and he has an amendment. If I may, just keep him and his family in your prayers. He had to step out with his family, so just keep him in his prayers. And the amendment, I would like to address the amendment first, Mr. President. What the amendment is doing is simply changing the word from shall to may, and I will explain the amendment as well as the bill. What the bill is doing, this was requested by a number of the areas or counties with the mental health. In short, there's indigent folks who are in need of mental health treatment. Thank you. Some of the counties are essentially need to look for a place where they are put. Most of this is done by the community health centers. However, there are times when the indigent, they are in the jails, they don't have a place for them. And what the bill does, and I'm also explaining the amendment, is that it allows for indigent patients to be housed, and for the county to pick up the cost to place them in a private facility where they're indigent and it's needed, and that charge to be no more than the Medicaid reimbursement rate. So in essence, the counties are doing what they essentially need to be doing by the way of the mental health citizens who are in need of treatment. And then Senator Thompson's amendment is changing the word from shall to may so that they can handle that as they see fit on that. And so, Mr. President, I would answer any questions on the amendment first.
Questions on the amendment? Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, you changed them from shall to may, which mean they just may not.
Yeah, so this bill was double referred to Judd A and counties, and then a number of the counties, we're not making it a mandate, we're allowing them to do that decision if they want. Down our way in the Harrison County area, the Pine Belt mental health, there's been some issues, and so we're just trying to give them the opportunity to take care of the indigent patients.
Well, I'm concerned about the person, the mentally ill person, where it say may and they won't do it, and that person, what happens to that individual? What happens to that person, mentally ill?
Well,
person?
Senator Jordan, right now, those folks are either being released out onto the street or they're sitting in the jails. And what this bill is doing with the amendment is to allow them to find a place for these folks. And I will say in some areas, like in Harrison County, you have private facilities. So when their public facilities get filled up, they can put them into a private facility so they're not on the street or in jail.
So as a result, in some of the counties, I know, and of course, you may have better facilities, but some areas they're running in the streets in packs, and they are dangerous to themselves and to the community. But I was hoping you were going to keep it at shall.
Well, that's right. There's not, in some places throughout the state, they may not have the facilities, and so this is changing it from shall to may, gives them the discretion to be able to make those decisions as they see fit based on the resources that they have in their communities.
But if not, then they just continue, mentally ill just continue running in the street. The reason I say that, there's so much stuff out there that they can get a hold to, and it's just a terrible situation.
We're trying to fix the problem, actually.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Any other questions? Questions? Seeing none, we're ready on your amendment first, Senator.
Move adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
Senators move for adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're on the bill.
Move passage of the bill on the morning roll call.
Senators request the utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Tate. Pass. Senator Blackwell, pass on 65 and 66. Chairman Kaufman, pass on 67. Go to Chairman Carter. Chairman Carter, you're recognized on 68, Chairman. Chairman has requested to pass on 68, retain his place on the calendar. 69. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2604, Mississippi Broadband Expansion Act, enact.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Carter.
I'd like to adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Okay, so this is the grant program we've been talking about broadband since September, actually. As you all know, there is federal money raining down for broadband, rural broadband, really for unserved and underserved areas throughout the state. With these different buckets of money come different guidelines. And so what we've developed in this bill is a grant program that will be overseen by the public utility staff. Their lawyers will vet applications. And then we've established a commission on broadband with 3 appointments from the governor, 2 appointments from the lieutenant governor. And what they'll do is they will vet the applications that the public utility staff submit to them. And based off of various criteria, we'll determine what projects are best for the unserved and underserved areas. I have 2 amendments on the desk that address some flaws that we saw in here. I'm going to go the amendments first.
Okay. First, Senator Barnett, for what purpose?
For a question, Mr. President.
For a question, Senator Carter.
I do.
Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Carter, I thought 2 years or 3 years ago when the Lieutenant Governor named me as Chairman of Corrections, I thought he absolutely didn't like me. But realizing that by naming you as the Chairman of Energy, I know he don't like you. Because this is a very hard committee, and I thank you for all of the work that you have done, especially in the areas of broadband. But I do have one question for you, Senator. I'm sure that you have already have an answer for it, but I just would like to ask this question. And that question is, in this particular bill, I know that there is the recommendations that, as you have already said, about a commission to make recommendations to this legislature by December 31st of each year. But do you think that if the legislature has to approve the work of this said commission that you're talking about, would we as a legislative body be able to act quickly enough to meet the federal timelines for the funding?
So I have an amendment to address that very issue you're asking me about right now. That's one of the amendments on the desk. And what the amendment does is, if we're not in session, they will make a recommendation on how the money is spent and notify the Lieutenant Governor and the Speaker of the House.
Okay, thank you. And then the other one is, I know that these plans have to be done by September, is that correct?
It depends on which bucket of money we're talking about. That's why we had to establish a grant program and use the attorneys at the public utilities staff to make sure we're following federal guidelines. And throughout the bill, it refers back to the federal guidelines that they have to be met before any kind of monies could be distributed or approved.
Okay, so basically your amendments will address the question as to whether or not we could act quickly enough, and then whether or not we would not have to come back and address this in some type of special session.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Barnett. And Senator Sparks, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Senator Carter?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your work on this. Just wanted to check in Section 3 when we talk about the commission being created for the purpose of reviewing applications for projects to provide broadband access in unserved and underserved areas. What date are we using and whose criteria are we using for unserved and underserved?
Well, if you go to Section 4, it talks about unserved and underserved, and it's based off of what the federal regulations are in the buckets of money.
Okay.
So the commission won't, everything has to be interpreted by what Treasury guidelines come down.
And I understand that. It's one concern I have, and like I said, I appreciate your work on this, and you very well may have taken this into account, is that our unserved and underserved map was a lot bigger 2 years ago before your committee's work and working through the cooperatives and other people who have expanded that service in rural Mississippi, in particular in my area. I just was wondering if the definition of underserved and unserved had a specific date, but you're telling me it will reference whatever the federal pot of money dictates.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Any other questions? Questions? Okay, we need to adopt the committee substitute.
Move we adopt the committee substitute.
Heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the amendment. On the screen, please.
All right, this is amendment number 1. This addresses what Senator Barnett was asking me earlier. It basically says, in the event federal rules or guidelines require funds to be expanded before the legislature meets on the Tuesday after the first Monday of January 2023, and such requirements certified by the Executive Director of the Public Utilities Staff, the Commission shall be authorized to expend funds from the Mississippi Broadband Expansion Fund and shall notify the Lieutenant Governor, the Speaker of the House, and the Legislative Budget Office of such expenditures prior to their distribution. And that's what the amendment does.
Questions on the amendment? Questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
I move we adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the next amendment, Senator.
Okay, so the next amendment, there was a issue brought up with of people that are outsourced from out of state to deploy the broadband, third-party subcontractors, with there being an issue with the Board of Contractors trying to penalize them for not being licensed in the state, which would be something that would severely hinder our progress. Really, when we're talking about, you keep on hearing the reference about the timeline on the expenditure of these funds. And so what this does is this prevents them from being penalized, and so we can keep on moving forward in our rural expansion efforts. And that's what the amendment does.
Do you have the amendment up, Mr. Clerk?
You can see the changes in line 64 through 67.
One moment, please. There you go. All right, now, we got it up now, Senator.
Okay. And then this is specific to the build out of broadband infrastructure, so you wouldn't have to worry about any kind of licensing requirements for anything that falls subject under the State Board of Contractors. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, will this expedite the time because you got students in rural areas need access to broadband, and it's a lot, I don't know which bucket it's coming out of, but will this expedite the time so that they can get served? Because the school system is suffering in rural areas because of the lack of Wi-Fi.
Yes, Senator, it will. With there being a nationwide effort of rural broadband expansion, you've got several different issues. You've got issues trying to get product, but a lot of these companies have national contracts with subcontractors.
Yes.
And so we don't want any holdups in the state of Mississippi. So this is fully intended to keep the process moving along forward, where the CARES Act money was deployed in a very timely fashion. And the whole point of this whole grant process, and this commission, is to make sure that we're getting internet out to the most rural areas and to the people that just don't have internet access.
Yes, I was just wondering about the time because there are students that are suffering from the lack of it. And we have the resources, the bucket as you call them, the federal government that put it here. And I was thinking that what you were doing would expedite the time so they get the service that they need.
And that's the reason for this amendment, to make sure we don't have, this isn't one of the time restraints to prevent us from moving forward.
Oh, yes, sir. And you think what you're doing will do that?
Thank you, sir.
You bet. Thank you.
Senator Hill, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question.
For you, yield, Senator.
I will.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
I think I'm looking at the committee substitute on my computer, and the lines aren't tracking with, it doesn't look anything like what's on the screen. Line 68 that's on the screen.
This is amendment.
Oh, that's the whole amendment? Okay.
Yeah, we're on amendment 2.
So you're amending the whole bill?
No, this is, all I'm doing is amending this.
So where is that fitting in? What line in the?
64 through 67.
Okay, so it's going to be put in on line 64?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
It's up on the screen, Senator. That was.
I'm looking at it. I just.
There was other language in there. You're right. It was just the underlined portion. Okay, back on questions. Back on questions. Seeing none, Senator, ready for your motion on the amendment.
Move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed. Senator Carter.
I move that we passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no. No. Present. Seeing none, your bill passes, Senator Carter. Thank you. Chairman Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 70 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2480. Call that up, have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
480, highways, conform weight tolerance provision, remove repealers relating to harvest permits and timber deed grantees.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. This bill does two things. The first thing it does is conforms the commodities list in the harvest permit, does not add anything, does not take anything away. It just conforms the two code sections to make sure that those commodities are uniform. And those changes can be found in line 147 and then again in line 367. The second thing that it does is deletes the repealer on both parts of the harvest permit. And with that, I'm happy to yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Questions? Seeing none,
Otherwise,
we're ready, Senator.
Passage on the morning roll call, please.
Passage is utilized in the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to record as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator, we go to 71 on the calendar.
I'd like to call that item up, have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2517, Logging Fleets Authorized Voluntary Inspection Program.
Make the usual motion.
The senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I'd like for Senator Sparks to be recognized to explain the committee sub, please.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. 2517 establishes a procedure where the Commissioner of Public Safety can create a voluntary program for commercial motor vehicles to come in and have an inspection. The reason for this inspection is that currently a commercial vehicle may be stopped by the former MDOT enforcement, which is now CTED under the Department of Public Safety, for the simple purpose of an inspection. The goal of the department is to have safe operation, and this program, while completely voluntary, would be where a commercial driver, and the short title originally said logging. This is not limited to logging. These are commercial motor vehicles as defined in the meaning in 63.1.203 subsection F, as you see in paragraph or subsection 2. To create a voluntary program for the inspection of the combination of truck, tractor, trailer, semi-trailer, or pole trailer, including a segment of the combined vehicle, that the inspectors have access to vehicle maintenance log, a method of documentation to be displayed on the vehicle that's readily visible, meaning a sticker or decal that would put law enforcement on notice that this vehicle has submitted to the volunteer inspection program, and again, the understanding that this participation is voluntary. No one has to actually come in and have it inspected. This inspection would occur on an annual basis for someone who wanted to participate in this program, and that there would be a reasonable inspection fee, and that, of course, the CTED officers would retain responsibility to enforce the laws under this. The goal is, again, to have safer vehicles moving up and down the road through the volunteer inspection program, and we're giving the commissioner authority to promulgate reasonable rules and regulations to accomplish this. I would yield to any questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the amendment? Questions? On the committee substitute?
That's correct.
Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move to adopt the committee sub, Mr. President.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, Senator, we're on the bill.
If there are no questions, I would move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll calls request. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Chairman McCon. Chairman? Senator McCon?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for you to call up Senate Bill 2519.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2519, Motor Vehicle Laws, bring forward provisions related to.
I would make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Mr. President, I would ask that you recognize Senator Sparks to explain the committee sub.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2519 is a bill that is clearing up a conflict that we had in the laws as related to the logging industry. If you notice, Section 63.519 governed length of product. We're changing no length or weight in this bill. The only thing that we are doing in subsection 6, you'll see the underlying language referencing you to 63.747.2, and in subsection 7, the same underlying language for the same code section. Section 2 is that code section. And what we have done is to clarify that if you are hauling timber products and they extend, you see in subsection 1, not changing the law, if it extends more than 4 feet beyond the rear of the body of such vehicle, that there is a red flag or cloth not less than 16 inches. In subsection 2, there was some confusing language as it related back to the first section, that during the period described in section 63.711, that is the statute that dictates when you shall run lights, whether it's dark or whether it's foggy, if you're not able to be seen within 500 feet. So during that period, any vehicle transporting a load of timber products that extends more than 4 feet beyond the rear body of the vehicle shall have a fixed, as close to the end of the load, a rotating or oscillating amber strobe type light or light emitting diode light. This is I believe, a safety issue that certainly if loads are being hauled at night, that they be lit, and there was conflict in these two laws, and so that is what we have done. Additionally, I think there were some regulations through MDOT that conflicted with the statute, and so this statute should govern as MDOT no longer has an enforcement arm. I would yield to any questions, Mr. President. If there are no questions, I would move for...
Questions on the bill? Pardon me, Senator. Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
I would move to adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're ready on your motion.
I would move for passage on the morning roll call.
Request for passage on the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Should be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Sparks. Chairman Turner Ford. You're recognized, Senator. We're on item 73, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that item be called up and the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2004, Public Lands, extend repeal or on section prescribing who may purchase.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the bill that is currently before you basically extends the repealer for the code section which prescribes who may and may not purchase public lands. It's been on the books for many years. I move adoption if there are no questions based on the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Senators move for adoption utilizing the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Which will be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. You're on 74.
Request that item be called up and the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2525, Mississippi Department of Archives and History property authorized retention of buffer and access corridor on Champion Hill property.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, this bill requires a bit of an explanation. I think in 2014, we authorized the transfer of various tracts of land to the National Park Service, one of which was lands at Champion Hill, which is adjacent to a railroad bed. The National Park Service conducted a survey of that property, observed environmental contaminants, and have refused up to this point to accept the property. There has been a carve-out of a 200-foot buffer that is being proposed that be retained by the state of Mississippi. This bill would authorize the state to retain those lands, and upon passage, the National Park Service is willing to receive the Champion Hill land as prescribed in 2014. If there are no questions, I move adoption based on the morning roll call.
Okay, questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, the senators requested use of morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Which will be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Bill passes. Chairman Delano. Pass? Chairman Delano passes. 75 and 76 retain their place on the calendar. Chairman Seymour passes. 77 retains its place on the calendar. Chairman Whaley. Chairman Whaley passes from 78 to 83, retain their place on the calendar. Next will be Chairman Parks, will be on 84.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to call up item Senate Bill 2419, Committee Sub, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2419, Acute Care Hospital Employee Loan Repayment Program, create.
Make the usual motion, adoption of Committee Sub in lieu of the original bill.
You are recognized to explain the committee substitute.
This is a retention loan repayment program. The intention of this bill is to address the nurse shortage and the respiratory therapists. You must be a Mississippi resident to qualify. It will be on a first-come, first-served basis. It will also be managed through the State Financial Aid Board. You must be licensed and work in the state of Mississippi to be a recipient. For every year worked, you'll receive $3,000 for loan repayment. This program is set up for 150 new registered nurse applicants, 50 new practical licensed nurses, and 25 respiratory therapists. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Move passage of the committee sub on the morning roll call.
Passage of the committee sub is an aye vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, now we're ready for your motion.
Passage of the morning roll call.
Utilizing the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. McDaniel, no. Sojourner, no. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you. The bill passes. Ms. Chairman, Lady Chairman, we're on 85.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 2698 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2698, Institutions of Higher Learning, authorized to negotiate long-term leases of property administered by State Port Authority.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
This would authorize IHL Board acting by and through the University of Southern to lease and sublease property at the Mississippi State Port Authority at Gulfport. This is specific to the USM project NOAA, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Suggest passage on the morning roll call.
Morning roll call has been utilized. Does anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. 86 on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 2893 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2893, Jackson State University, authorized public-private partnership to develop property owned by foundation.
I make the usual motion,
Senator
adoption of the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
This would authorize Jackson State University, with the approval of the board, the IHL board, to enter into ground lease, maintenance agreements, and sell part of their property owned by the university's foundation to private entities. There was a bill that was passed in 2016, but it was never acted upon due to the president moving and a new president coming in. So this is to take the place of that. And if this were to be passed today and go forward, this would then begin to allow them to help resolve some of their housing issues. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? I'm sorry, questions on the committee substitute? Questions? Yes, Senator Norwood, you're recognized for what purpose?
Mr. President, I'd like to be considered as a co-author at the appropriate time.
Okay, we'll adopt it first, and then we'll ask for that. Okay, questions on the bill, on the committee substitute? We're ready for the motion on the committee substitute, Senator.
Suggest passage of the committee sub on the morning roll call.
It'll just be an aye vote here. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Okay, now we're ready, Senator.
Suggest a passage of the morning roll call.
Morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none. Okay, Senator Norwood asked to be a co-sponsor. Anyone else? Blunt, Butler, Thomas, Butler, Fraser, Jackson. Anyone else? I'm sorry, Jordan. Anyone else? Seeing none, seeing no objection is granted. We'll go to 87, Senator Chasnow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 87, Senate Bill 2849. Call it up and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2849, COVID-19 Destination Marketing Organization Grant Program Fund, create.
I move for adoption of the committee substitute of the original bill. I'm sorry.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you. I would like to recognize Senator Williams to explain this bill.
Senator Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is another one of the ARPA bills that came out of the ARPA committee. This particular one is for our destination marketing organizations. In 2020, the legislature allocated, I believe, $26 million, which is $13 million over a year, to fund these for advertising. As a result of that, Mississippi was first in the nation in the decline of tourism over the state. We had about a 20% decline. The next closest state, I think, was 38%. If you didn't hear that, we were #1 in the nation because of this. During the ARPA hearings, Louisiana had a senator came and he said that they recognized that and they appropriated $78 million for such funding. This is a bill for $30 million, $10 million a year over 3 years. Short explanation of the bill. I'll answer any questions.
Questions? Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, please.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please
Yes, ma'am.
proceed, Senator Hill.
Could you give me some examples on like line 37, publicly funded local organizations that engage in out-of-state tourism marketing? That just would be like a regional tourism board?
Yes,
or
Yes, ma'am. It's my understanding, I believe there are 26 such organizations throughout our state that engage in this type of marketing. And if you look there on 40 through 45, it goes through, I'll be glad to read them, the different types of advertising that they do, if you're curious about that.
So there's 26 organizations in the state that could receive a grant under these funds?
Yes, ma'am, there are.
And that would be it, is those 26 entities?
Yes, ma'am, as I understand it, that's correct.
Okay, do you know where those are located throughout the state? Are they spread out?
They're pretty spread out geographically, I think. You know, in the north, we know Starkville's got one. I know Hattiesburg has them. Sorry, I don't know exactly. I'll be glad to get that for you if you'd like for me to.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Sojourner, for what purpose?
A question, Mr. President.
Senator Williams?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Senator. This is the first time I've really looked at the bill in depth. Very supportive of tourism. Senator Chasnow will remember during my first term, I authored a bill to fund tourism at a level we thought it should be. We didn't get that bill passed, so I understand the need. However, I have some concerns about utilizing these monies. So I just want to make sure I'm clear in that these monies will basically go to our local tourism entities to be used for marketing Mississippi for a tourist purpose. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am. It's not for hard assets. It's for, I'll read them all just to make so we're clear. Multimedia marketing and advertising, including digital media, broadcast media, and printed media, including travel publications, production, travel market sector analysis, consumer travel sentiment, public relations, communication strategy, direct sales bookings, group tour bookings, tourism development, and administrative costs associated with such. You know, if you go to a website to Montana and next week you get a thing in the mail, it's that type of stuff.
Sure. So these will be one-time monies that we would use for this
That
purpose.
is correct. It's a $30 million bill, $10 million a year over 3 years, so it's a three-year lifespan.
So we're injecting a little money into that, but we're not really doing anything to address what may be a bigger problem as it's related to tourism. I guess my concern is, and I'm wondering if you agree, that we've discussed in this chamber a lot of infrastructure problems that our state has and a lot of things that need to be done, and I'm just, I guess that would just be my concern, is that we're using this money for tourism. I would love to work with you on a solution,
Yes,
for a
ma'am.
permanent solution for tourism, But that would just be my concern with this particular bill.
I do agree. I appreciate that concern for that infrastructure. You know, as we've got the $1.8 billion, this was a smaller amount of money that we put there, but the metric that was created over the $26 million inflex 2 years ago, I think shows such a great return on investment that that's why we ended up with that from a
I understand.
committee recommendation.
I understand. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator. Sojourners, others, Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. President. I think the chairman has answered my question.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Okay, any other questions? Any other questions on the bill? We're ready for your motion on the committee substitute.
Look to adopt the committee sub, Mr. President.
One moment, Senator Turner, did you have a question?
I do, Mr. President.
Will you yield, Senator? Senator
Yes,
Turner,
yes, I
you're
will, Mr.
recognized.
President. Madam.
Thank you, Senator. I was trying to figure out, do the funds with this apply to one entity or?
It is the 26 different MDOs that we currently have in the state. The funding formula for them, the way the money would be dispersed, on line 100 and then subsequently on 109, it talks about, of the $10 million a year, about 72% of that will be granted based upon the spend that these MDOs had 2 years ago relative to the $13 million per year that we're given.
Mm-hmm.
The 28% that's on line 109 will relate to actually the effectiveness of those dollars spent.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Turner. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion on the
Move for adoption of committee sub, Mr. President.
motion to adopt the committee sub. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we'll go on the bill.
I would move for adoption of the bill by the use of the morning roll call, Mr.
The
President.
morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Present. Chisholm? Or no? Vote. No. Chisholm is no. Hill is present. McDaniel is no. Sojourner is no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill has passed. We're on 88, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item at Senate Bill 2874. Call it up and have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2874, Mississippi Arts and Entertainment Center revised lease or contract requirements for the operation of.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Tate to explain the bill.
Senator Tate, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2874 is a simple bill. All it does is it allows the Mississippi Arts and Entertainment Experience to be able to renegotiate a lease agreement that they have with DFA. It simply changes a word from a shall to a may on allowing the MAX to be able to talk to DFA about paying for their utility cost. Right now, the MAX is only one of two state museums that I know of that have to pay for their own utilities. That's an explanation of the bill. There's no appropriated money here. We're not asking for any appropriations. It's just allowing them to be able to renegotiate that lease agreement. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Senator Jackson. Pass. Other questions? Questions? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion.
I move that we adopt by the use of the morning roll call.
The morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Bill passed. Thank you, Senator Tate. Thank you, Senator Chesnall. Chairman Bryan. Chairman Bryan. Passes 89 to 92. Chairman McDaniel. Chairman McDaniel, we're on 93.
All right. Let's go to item number 93, Senate Bill 2158. Ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2158, Mississippi Groundwater Protection and Trust Fund, authorized payment of administrative costs.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that Senator McCon be recognized to explain the bill.
Senator McCon, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is seeking to modernize the Mississippi Underground Trust Fund. As you know, that the underground tanks in the state, there's a 4/10 of 1 cent per gallon environmental fee that's gathered off of that and put into this environmental trust fund or this underground trust fund. This bill merely asks for the authority to spend up to $1 million on administrative cost. Right now, the fund for 2021 has right at $9.98 million in it. Unfortunately, or fortunately for the environment, the number of underground tanks have continued to go down over the years. So the fees that were collected off those underground tanks have continued to go down. Matter of fact, it's gone down 57% over the last 3 decades. Administrative costs have not changed in that. These administrative costs include investigation, an assessment of contaminated sites, restoration or replacement of drinking water supplies, and cleanup of these contaminated sites. So this bill merely asks for the authority to use up to $1 million out of the trust fund, which is no state general funds, in an annual appropriation still to come through this body. This year it's estimated for 2023 that there's going to be about $285,000 in shortfall. That's kind of expected to remain pretty similar across the years, so we're not expecting to have to use the full $1 million authority, but we are expecting to have to use about $285,000. If we don't work through this on the administrative cost, then eventually this could go back to this could go back to EPA to step in from the federal level and take over that. MDEQ, along with the petroleum marketers, have come together and come to this resolution and bring it to the table today. I would entertain any questions at this time.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator, on the bill.
I would request final passage by use of the morning roll
Use of
call.
morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you. Senator McCon, thank you. Senator McDaniel. Chairman Tate. Chairman Tate. That would, Chairman Tate passes 94. 95, Chairman Younger passes. Chairman Parker has taken up 96, already been passed. Chairman DeBar is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 97, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2105, school board members increase pay.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2105 is a bill to try and keep in line with the theme that we've had today. Is we're going to raise school board member salaries. Currently, school board members can have the option of receiving per diem of $67 per day for up to 36 meetings, or they can receive an annual amount of $2,400. What this bill does, revises the salaries to state that they can receive $112 for every 36 meetings, or an annual amount of $4,000. And that is explanation of the bill, Mr. President. I believe there is one amendment that I'm aware of by Senator Blackwell.
Okay. Any questions first? All right, Senator Blackwell, ready for your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. What this amendment does is we're moving the amount of compensation up to $4,000 a year for most of the schools. What we're doing is we're going to recognize those schools that have, based upon the enrollment, and actually allow the school board, it's their option to be able to increase that compensation. So the second tier would be school boards with at least 5,000 students but less than 10,000 students will get not less than $4,000 but up to $5,000. And those with schools with greater than 10,000 students will receive not less than $4,000 but no more than $6,000. That's an explanation of the amendment. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Questions? Senator McClendon, you recognized for what purpose?
Question, please.
Will you yield Senator Blackwell?
Yes, sir.
Senator McClendon, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Blackwell, didn't we do something similar with SB 2719 on the supervisor salary schedule?
I don't know, you'd have to refresh my memory with it.
It's where we're going by county assessed valuation range, and the higher the county assessment is, the higher the supervisor pay will be.
I believe.
We've got a chart right here that was passed out to everyone.
Yeah. We're talking about school board members.
Correct, but we did something similar with the supervisor. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, questions? Questions on the amendment, Senator Jordan? You recognize for a question.
Yes, I do. Or yield.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Chairman. Your school district is the largest in the state, is that right?
Yes, it is.
35,000?
I think it's close to that, 34, 35.
And the maximum amount that school board member can receive is $6,000?
It would be 6,000. It would be a minimum of 4,000, but if the school board wanted to do it, they could move up to 6,000.
Now, there are 140 school districts, 140 of 144. Those that are very small, they would get 6,000? 4,000? 4,000? No one would get less than 4,000?
That's correct.
Regardless of how small they are?
That's correct. And right now, they currently get $2,400.
$2,400, so, okay. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Butler, for what purpose you seek recognition?
I just got one question, Mr. President.
For a question, Senator Blackwell? Senator Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Blackman. I think you may have answered the question. So everybody would get the $4,000, but everybody in these districts that you said the board would have to vote to give that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Butler. Any other questions? Any questions on the amendment?
I move for adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed. Chairman DeBar, Senator DeBar, we're back on the bill.
If there are no further questions, ask for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Questions? Questions? Seeing none, senators requested use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? McDaniel, no. Sojourner, no. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you, Senator DeBar. Bill passes. Appropriately noted, 98 and 99. Chairman DeBar passes. They retain their place upon the calendar. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be added as co-author to 2105.
Co-author to 2105, Senator DeBar, Jackson, Norwood, Barnett, Jordan, Parker, Younger, Branning. Anyone else? Oh, sorry, Butler, Terry, Thomas, Fraser, McClendon, Suber, Tate, Boyd, Hickman, Moran, hold on. Did you get Hickman, please, ma'am? Boyd, did you get Boyd? Hickman is next. Then Moran, McMahon, Sparks, Barrett, Butler, Albert. Anyone else? Okay, let's read the names back, ma'am, please, ma'am.
This is co-authors: Blackwell, Jackson, Norwood, Barnett, Jordan, Parker, Boyd, Moran, Hickman, Sparks, Barrett, Butler, Younger, Branning, Moran, McMahon, Thomas, Butler, Fraser, McClendon, Suber, Tate, Simmons of the 12.
D. Simmons We missed DeBar and S. Simmons. DeBar, D, and S. Simmons both. Okay, do we have everyone?
Yes, sir.
Seeing no objection granted, we go to Senator Polk, number 100 through 102. Retain their place upon the calendar. Chairman Tate. (103) on the calendar. I'm sorry, Senator Butler, is your light on, sir?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to be added as co-author of Senate Bill 2419, which is number 84 on the calendar.
Okay, 2419, and we'll get all of those at the end of the session here. Thank you very much. As you can see, no objection is granted. We're back on 103, and it'll be Chairman Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 103, Senate Bill 2606, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2606, statewide elections management system provide for voters' proof of citizenship.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Yes, sir. I would like to adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill. If I
You're
need to explain it
recognized to
first.
explain the committee substitute, Senator.
Okay.
One moment, please, sir. We're not up on the, there we go. We're on the screen.
So Senate Bill 2606, what this is doing is trying to fix a lawsuit that Mississippi is in right now. In 2019, Mississippi Immigrants' Rights Association filed suit against the state of Mississippi. So Mississippi Immigration's Rights Association v. Watson right now on the way that we handle registering voters that are naturalized citizens. And so we've been trying to work with both sides to try to come up with a solution, and we believe that Senate Bill 2606 is that solution. So currently, if a person trying to register to vote is a naturalized citizen, they have to come in with proof on the front end that they have documentation that they have become a naturalized citizen. And right now, we're in a lawsuit over it, and we're going to be losing a lot of money if we don't make a fix. So what we're going to do is we're going to amend, with this bill, what we would do is we would amend 231515, and what would happen is that when someone who wants to register to vote, they would go into the circuit clerk's office, fill out their application. After they fill out the application, the registrar or someone in that office would then go to their computer to put in that information. The program that they have is called the Statewide Election Management System, or SIMS for short. Once they put that information in, DPS will check to see if there's any proof that we have that that person is not a citizen. If they are, then they will be flagged. Once they're flagged, it will then cross-reference with the SAVE system to see that if they are indeed not a citizen. If they are not a citizen, then the registrar shall send them that person a notice telling them that they have 30 days to be able to bring documentation proving that they are a registered voter. If they fail to do that, then they will remain in pending status for 2 general federal elections. If in the next 2 general federal elections they come in to vote, their name will not be on the poll book, but like anybody whose name's not on the poll book, if they request a ballot, they will not be denied one. They'll be able to vote via affidavit ballot. Once they do that, the registrar will be able to contact that voter and let them know that they have 5 business days, just like they have 5 business days to show with documentation in the registrar's office that they are a citizen, just like we do with voter ID. If you don't go to the polls without an ID, you have 5 business days to return to the circuit clerk's office to get your affidavit ballot counted. If after 2 general federal elections, they've neither responded or they have not voted and voted an affidavit ballot and come in to prove that they're a citizen, then they're simply taken off the rolls. That's an explanation of the bill, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator, the state of Mississippi, we don't have many people that are in this state that are foreigners, do we, in terms of not being Mississippians long enough to register to vote. What?
I
is
would
this
say
bill-
I would say that every vote is precious, and so anytime that
I understand that. Yes, yes. Okay.
and so that anytime you have even one that is fraudulent, then that's taken away from the others.
Have there been much fraudulent evidence?
I believe there has been, yes, sir.
Okay. Enough for this bill to become law?
Yes, sir.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Senator George. Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
You yield, Senator Tate.
Yes.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Once we put them in the election management system, how is DPS going to get, is their system intertwined with election management? How are they going to be able to look at somebody and tell whether or not they're a citizen?
Yes, ma'am, it is. The reason that we have a cross-reference is, let's say that you're not a naturalized citizen in 2020, you get your driver's license. Probably more than likely, you're not going to update your driver's license till 2026. In the meantime, say it's 2022, you become a naturalized citizen and you register to vote. The SAVE system is a real time, so that's just another block in that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, just 1 second, please, Senator. Okay, Senator Sojourner, for what purpose you seek recognition? One
For
more.
a question, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Tate. I very much applaud what you're doing. I understand this is an issue, and I think this is a step in the right direction, so thank you for that. I just want to clarify one thing. I think it's been since 2014 since I first introduced a bill for proof of citizenship to vote in the state of Mississippi. And what I'd like to clarify is this bill doesn't state that for all voters, we're requiring proof of citizenship, correct? It just,
That's correct.
okay. So it just deals with those naturalized citizens when it's flagged.
Yes, ma'am.
So we do realize, though, that it would still be possible for people who are non-citizens to vote in this state, but that this would be a step in the right direction.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that.
Senator Hickman, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Senator Hickman, you're recognized.
Just one question. I wanted to clarify. I kind of read through the bill, but this doesn't put any extra onus on the registrars or the circuit clerks. They do their normal process by putting it into SIMS. I guess the work, or is there work? Does the system flag, or the work starts at driver services?
The work will start whenever the person is flagged inside the SIM system. And so the only extra work that would be on there was that there would have to be a letter sent out to the applicant.
And so I'm guessing the computer system does it within itself?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and one final question. They still have, when you say 2 federal election cycle, is that the equivalent of like 2 4-year periods to fix this issue?
Just depending on when you start your clock. So right now, if let's say we did it right now, it could be anywhere from 2 to 4 years. Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Other questions? Other questions? We're on adopting the committee substitute.
Yes, sir. I move that we adopt the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Would you please, Senator Simmons? Okay, would you, now we're back on the,
Yes, sir. So I'd like to, I have an amendment that I'd like to explain.
okay. You're on the amendment, Senator.
The only thing that we're doing is that we'd like to change, instead of starting on July 1st, 2022, to help us get through this, to get out of this lawsuit, is just to put beyond its passage.
Okay. Questions on this? Senator Simmons. Senator Simmons passes. Okay. We're ready on your motion.
Make a motion that we adopt the amendment.
Adopt the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed. Senator,
Yes, sir.
we're
If there
ready
are no other
now.
questions, I ask for adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Adoption by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Senator Simmons.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please call a roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Butler 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Pope. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th? No. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. No. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Boyd. Bryan. Chazanall. DeBar. Harkins. Hickman. Hobson. Horn. Okay. Kirby. Suber. Thompson. Whaley. Voting yes or yay. Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Carter, Kaufman, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, McCon, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay. Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Frazier, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Thomas, and Turner Ford. And Simmons of the 13th.
Harkins?
To the vote. I vote aye.
Aye. Harkins. Senator Suber? To the vote?
To the vote.
Yes.
If Senator Horn was here, he would vote no, and I vote aye. Announce a pair.
Pair. Horn, Suber. Senator Suber, you can hit your light there, please, sir. Thank you. By a vote of 32 yea, 13 nay, the bill passes. Okay, we're back. Senator Blackman. Senator Blackman. What?
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I was trying to announce a pair, but you've announced the vote now.
Okay, thank you, Senator. We go to Chairman Simmons. Pass 104. Chairman Seymour. We're on 105 on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to 105, Senate Bill 2649, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2649, Mississippi National Guard retired list, clarified placement of federally recognized officers or men on.
Senator makes the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Mr. President, I'd like now to yield the mic to Senator Delano to explain the
Senator
bill.
Delano, you're recognized to explain the bill. 105.
Delano is on the mic. Mr. President, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill is brought to us by the National Guard. All that it does is it comports state law to federal law with respect to retirees. Its current state law requires that a National Guard member retires at the age of 64. There are federal guidelines that will allow for some members of the military to serve for a later date. So the language just allows for this, or for anyone to, who is federally recognized to serve as an enlisted person until he's able to maintain his federal recognition. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for any questions. If there are no questions, I move for passage by use of morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none, the senator has moved for passage by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, Chairman Wiggins. Chairman Wiggins? I know he's here. There he is. Chairman Wiggins, you're up. 106, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that 106 remain on the calendar and go to item 107. Call that up as the title be read.
107, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2321, human trafficking, creates civil cause of action for engaging in or benefiting from.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Call up the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill, and I ask that you allow Senator McCon to explain the bill.
Senator McCon is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is, honestly, it creates a civil action for the tort of, creating the tort of human trafficking. So for years we've fought human trafficking in this state, and unfortunately we have two major interstates that come through our state. And that's where it happens. It happens through my district, it happens through several districts in this state. You may not realize it, but it may come through your district. Currently, the Attorney General's office has taken a strong stand to work to do what they can to fight human trafficking along with law enforcement. This bill is not the criminal bill, this is a civil bill. This bill would create the tort and allow an individual to go forth and file an action, a cause of action against someone that was willfully, intentionally, and knowingly benefiting and benefits from participation in a venture that traffics another person. Now, it creates compensatory damages in there, and it creates a pretty strong standard. Now, you might say that the attorneys out there are bringing out the standards. Well, let me tell you, the standard is one that's not going to be easily met. This isn't some location where you have a gas station where two cars met and someone was exchanged. This is someone who knowingly, willfully, and intentionally benefits from it. And that's a standard that's very hard to meet, but it's one that can be met out there in some of these cases. Now, what you're going to find is a lot of these cases are going to be large conglomerates or people that really do know what's going on. This is a very, very tight bill. It's not one that just creates an onslaught of litigation. But they feel, and I feel, that if an individual has been trafficked, and they've been out there and they can knowingly, willingly, and intentionally prove that standard out there, that they should be allowed to seek compensation for what they've been through. And that's where the bill is. So I would yield for questions at this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Questions on the bill? Go back to the front top, please. We're on the committee substitute.
All right. If there are no questions, Mr. President, I would move for adoption of the committee sub.
Passage of the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, the bill passed. Thank you, Senator McCon. 108, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item number 108. Call that up as the title be read.
One moment, Senator. Senator Jackson or?
This is one of the co-authors of that previous bill.
Okay.
107.
Senator Jackson, co-author. Anyone else? McClendon, Barrett, Tate. I got yours, Strickland, McMahon, Kaufman, Parker, Branning, Moran. Anyone else? McDaniel, Blackwell, Younger, Sojourner, Chisholm, Butler, K. Jordan, Barnett, Hill, Parks, sorry, Senator, pardon me. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, and we're ready now to go back. Permission is granted. Seeing no objection, we'll go to 108, Senator Wiggins.
Call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2620, Public Records Award Attorney's Fees for Duplicative Requests.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. Simple change to a bill under the Public Records Act. It was passed a couple years ago that there's, if it's involving trade secrets and things like intellectual property, there's a 21-day window in which a protective order can be sought through court. What this is doing, let me put it this way, what we've heard is that there are people are going back to the well multiple times, resulting in increased attorney's fees and multiple litigation. So what it's doing is stating that through the court that the requesting person or entity shall be ordered to reimburse a third party's costs if it causes them to go back and have to seek multiple protective orders. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for a motion, Senator.
Move passage on the morning roll call.
The morning roll call has been requested. I'm going to object to the procedure. Mr. McCord is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Wiggins on 109.
Mr. President, I ask that 109, 110, 111 retain their place on the calendar. We go to item 112, call that up and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2465, Construction Liens. Failure to file notice shall not invalidate claim lien.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Call up the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill and ask that Senator McCon be allowed to explain the bill.
Senator McCon, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. This is clearing up some language that came from Supreme Court decisions that have been released recently. Currently, when you file a lawsuit as far as on a construction matter, and in this situation, just a general lawsuit, you would file what's called a lis pendens. Currently, the statute says that that has to be filed simultaneously. Unfortunately, we're all human, and that can't be done. What this bill does is it provides a 30-day window from the time of you filing your lawsuit in which you are to file your lis pendens notice. What that lis pendens does, it puts on record the date in which the lis pendens attaches to that property, whether it be your property or whether it be a house that you're building, and it provides a date certain for the race to the courthouse. So in this situation, you now have 30 days in which to file that lis pendens, effectively setting the date at which the lis pendens attaches to the property, or the lien attaches to the property. Your failure to do that takes you out of the lis pendens notice provision and puts you at the end, in which case you can still proceed with your lawsuit, and once you render a judgment, then you would file that in the judgment rolls. This is another mechanism for those that are filing lawsuits, and it's been in effect for years. It's just at this time, unfortunately, we've had a small problem with it. This clears up that simultaneous language and provides 30 days in which you can file that lis pendens or that lien. I would entertain any questions, yield any questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion on committee.
I would move for adoption of the committee sub.
Motion is to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Now I would move for final passage by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Final passage by use of the morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator McCon. 113, Senator Wiggins.
Mr. President, I ask that 113, 114, 115 be skipped and retain their place on the calendar.
Retain their place upon the calendar. Chairman Polk, we're on 116.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we call item number 116 up and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2087, Open Meetings Law for Public Bodies require all official meetings to be broadcast via video live stream applications.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Polk.
I'd like to consider the committee sub in lieu of the original bill and ask that you recognize Senator Boyd to explain.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill before you amends our state public meeting laws to require that all state public bodies are to live stream their meetings. This bill was brought to me by a number of constituents in my area who, during the pandemic, got very accustomed to being able to look and see what the various different state agencies were doing when they were watching their live streaming of meetings. When you live 2.5 hours for the Capitol, and from some of you, it's 3.5, and 4. It's very helpful for your constituents to be able to see what our state agencies are doing and be able to look at these as they're being live streamed. What this bill does, it requires them to publish the information on the front page of their official website of the public body. It requires notices that are consistent with the public meetings requirements. This bill does not apply to municipalities, counties, judiciary, any of the political subdivisions on a local level like a county hospital, a school board, etc. And also it exempts all those things that are already exempted from the public meetings laws like the judiciary and other entities. This is an explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to take questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? We're on the committee substitute. Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the committee substitute.
Motion made to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the bill. Senator.
Mr. President, I request final passage of the bill on the morning roll call.
Thank you, Senator. Passage has been requested by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Present? I'm sorry, Chisholm, no. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill has passed. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Senate for addressing 48 bills today. Appreciate the hard work. Any announcements? Any announcements? All remaining bills, beginning with 117, will retain on the calendar. We'll start again in the morning. So we'll go with announcements. Senator Seymour.
Adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
When the Senate adjourns this evening, I wish the Senate to adjourn in the name of John Gerard Guthrie.
Thank you, Senator Suber.
Just call Senator.
Senator Suber.
Thank you, Mr. President. On yesterday's calendar, number 69, Senate Bill 2264, I'd like to hold on a motion to reconsider.
2264, motion to reconsider. To the chairman, Senator Delano.
Request, Mr. Speaker, or
Please,
Mr. President.
Please. Hey. All right, Senator Delano.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to be added as an author on, or co-author on item number 63, Senate Bill 2623. That'd be for me and my part-time desk mate, Mr. Senator Joel Carter.
Seeing no objection, permission granted. Senator Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request unanimous consent to be added.
That goes to Mr. Delano.
I would like to be added as a co-author on item 30 from today's calendar, that is Senate Bill 2413.
Thank you. Seeing no objections, Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have an announcement, but before I would like to ask for unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to Item number 30 on today's calendar, that's Senate Bill 2413, as well as you don't think so? Item number 103, Senate Bill 2606.
Thank you, Senator. Now your announcement, please.
My announcement, I don't know if it's been announced yet, but if it hasn't, I know Senator Michelle always likes for us to mention our cow show. And with we had Senator Jeff Tate took home the bragging rights from the Senate chamber last night with a beautiful black and white cow that he did a great job. I would say that he stepped in and took over for the family that Senator Thompson showed for last year. So that was kind of a slight on Senator Tate's part, but we'll forgive him and congratulate him. And Senator Kathy Chisholm was runner-up last night for the senators, and I was robbed again this year. But thank you.
Thank you, Senator English. Senator Jackson or Senator Robert Jackson, you're recognized for an
Thank you.
announcement.
Join in memory.
Please proceed.
When the senator joins today, I'd like to join in memory of Marie Tennant, a longtime resident of Quitman County.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized for announcement.
I'd like to enter a motion to reconsider on today's calendar, item number 20, Senate Bill 2275, Pilot Work Release Program.
2275, Mr. Clerk. Motion to reconsider. We'll go to Senator Hickman.
Mr. President, I would like to request by unanimous consent to be added to the following bills from today's calendar. Bill number 5, Senate Bill 2724. Bill number 41, Senate Bill 2479. Bill number 69, Senate Bill 2604. Bill number 84, Senate Bill 2419.
All right, Senator, I have you for 2724, 2479, 2604, and 2419. Is that correct? Thank you, Senator. Seeing no objection. Parker, Senator Parker, you're recognized for announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd also like to be added as co-author on 3 items from today's calendar. Item number 50, Senate Bill 2425. Item number 84, Senate Bill 2419. And item number 105, Senate Bill 2649.
2649, 2419, 2425, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Senator Parker. Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be added as co-author by unanimous consent to 3 items also today. Item number 7, Senate Bill 2822. Item number 8, Senate Bill 2673. And item number 69, Senate Bill 2604.
So no objection is granted. Senator Hickman, I think your light's on, sir. Here, you can cut your light on. Did you see
Yes.
recognition?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we recognize Senator Hickman.
Sir, I missed the most important request by unanimous consent. Bill number, today's calendar number 88, Senate Bill 2874.
2874, Mr. Clerk. Seeing no objection is granted. Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author on number 30 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2413.
2413, Mr. Clerk. Senator Hill.
I can't find it on the calendar right now, but I would like to hold the bill on a motion to reconsider that included the reduction in salaries for the state superintendent, community college board, and IHL president. I'll find it in a minute.
Okay, would you please inform the clerk? Make sure we have the right one, Senator Hill. Senator Simmons, D.
I'd like to hold item on motion to reconsider, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Item number 103 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2606, statewide election management system, provide for voter proof of citizenship.
2606, Mr. Clerk. To the chairman. Senator Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. By unanimous consent, I'd like to be listed as co-author on several bills on today's calendar, starting with item 71, Senate Bill 2517, item 73, Senate Bill 2004, item 74, Senate Bill 2525, item 84, Senate Bill 2419, item 85, Senate Bill 2698, item 87, Senate Bill 2849, item 88, Senate Bill 2874, And item 93, Senate Bill 2158. Thank you.
2150, go over these with you, Senator.
Thank you.
2158, 2874, 2849, 2698, 2419, 2525, 2004, 2517. Is that correct, Senator? That is correct. Thank you, Senator. Okay, starting with Senator McDaniel.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there's no objection, to be added as a co-author, item number 30 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2413.
2413, Mr. Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Hobson for an announcement.
Adjournment memory, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. When the Senate adjourns today, I ask that we do so in memory of Mrs. Jeanette Thomas Abraham and Chandler Reish of Vicksburg.
I'm sorry to hear that. That was an automobile accident? Okay, Senator Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to number 93 on today's calendar, that's Senate Bill 2158, as well as number 105, which is Senate Bill 2649. Also, there have been a few members that have requested the ability to get on the Memorial Highways bill that's remaining on the calendar. If you have talked to me about getting on the Memorial Highways bill, please get your resolution to me tomorrow. I need time to prepare that floor amendment for Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Branning. Senator Moran. Senator Moran, you're recognized for announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask for unanimous consent to be a co-author on today's calendar, item number 6, number 7, number 96, 97, and 107, please.
You got those, Mr. Clerk? Okay, thank you, Senator Moran. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like unanimous consent to be added to item number 15, Senate Bill 2512.
2512, Mr. Clerk. Thank you. Seeing no objection granted. Senator Younger.
Adjourn in memory, please.
Please proceed.
When the Senate adjourns today, please do so for Wayne Doyle. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Younger. Any other announcements? Any other announcements? Thank you all so much for working so hard today. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.